Chapter 47:34. Although I know there are still some things you haven't told me, it's fine as long as he's fine. The Flame Emperor let out a sigh of relief and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the mission." Ling Xiao nodded. Even the sovereign was no exception. It seemed like he really wanted Ling Xiao to become the Golden Sovereign, so he didn't hesitate to break the rules. The Flame Emperor said, "You're from the Dongsheng Strong Country, right?" "Yes, I have some grudges with the Dongsheng Strong Country's emperor." Ling Xiao was someone who held grudges, although he didn't have time to go back and take revenge. He wouldn't forget about it. With his current strength, the Dongsheng Strong Country's emperor wasn't much in his eyes. But the grudges wouldn't be lessened because of this. Thinking back, if he wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed by the experts sent by the Dongsheng Strong Country. The mission this time is near the Dongsheng Strong Country's capital. You should know that spatial cracks often appear in the mystic world. This time, a huge crack appeared near the Dongsheng Strong Country's capital. The Dongsheng Strong Country sent people to investigate. Most of the people had died inside, but there were some who were lucky enough to escape alive and explained the terrifying situation inside. A powerful race lives inside the crack. We call them lizard men. Their characteristics are similar to the beasts of the savage beast region, but they prefer to maintain the characteristics of the beasts. Usually, they appear in the form of beasts. The lizard men still maintain their primitive tribal form. There are a total of 12 tribes, and 6 of them are the strongest. Not only are their physical bodies strong, but they are also skilled in secret techniques. It is said that the strongest lizard men can even awaken the blood of an ancient dragon and evolve into a lizard dragon man. Their battle strength will soar. Every tribe of the lizard men believed in a kind of mental totem. This totem is not only a symbol, but it can also give them strength and help them cultivate. The 6 strongest totems are earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. Your mission is to obtain as many totems as possible. Obtaining 6 totems will give you extra points in addition to the rating. Obtaining one of these 6 totems will give you 5 points. As for the other totems, obtaining one will give you 1 point. The ancestor really knows how to assign tasks. Does he have a grudge against these lizard men? Why do you want to steal someone else's totem? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. There really is a grudge between them. Ever since the humans went in to explore, lizard men would come out of the rift and hunt the humans nearby. Eastern Victory Strong Country is the territory of my Golden Sky region. How can the ancestor tolerate such a thing happening? Actually, there was an ultimate mission, which was to close the crack. If anyone could close the crack, not only will you be rewarded with 20 points, but you will also be rewarded with a monarch armament with 7 dragon patterns. The Flame Emperor replied, "How strong are the lizard men?" Ling Xiao asked. This was crucial. I'm not sure about the rest, but the leaders of the 6 tribes should be similar to our 4 supreme kings. The Flame Emperor said, "Looks like this mission doesn't require us to forcefully seize the totem." Hearing this, Ling Xiao roughly understood that these people were definitely not people they could contend against. If they wanted to seize the totem, they would have to think of another way. Otherwise, it would be impossible to succeed. This mission was really a battle of wits and courage. It was not something that could be completed simply with strength. To be honest, if they relied on strength alone, even the 4 supreme kings would be at a disadvantage. Do you have anything else you want to ask? The Flame Emperor asked. Of course, the more information about the lizard men, the better. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Ling Xiao firmly believed in this. This was not as simple as completing a mission. It was simply risking their lives. The slightest mistake could lead to death. I've already organized the information for you. Take it and read it carefully. Anyway, it's only today and tomorrow. You have to hurry. In short, the lizardmen and us are like fire and water. After you go in, you must be careful. The Flame Emperor could not help Ling Xiao, so he could only say some words of comfort. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. The Flame Emperor turned and left. Ling Xiao carefully read the information he left behind. As his understanding of the lizardmen deepened, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed even tighter. This report was from 50 years ago. At that time, Ling Xiao had not even been born. Not to mention reincarnating into the world. The lizardmen 50 years ago were already incomparably powerful. Wouldn't they be even more terrifying now? It seemed that the Dizun Di really wanted to use this mission to train his ability. However, he also discovered some interesting things. The lizardmen were not united internally, and there were even some conflicts between them. After the most crucial battle, the lizardmen, who once had over 100 tribes, were now left with a total of 13 tribes. Their numbers had also decreased by nearly half. Now, there were still irreconcilable conflicts between the 13 tribes. If the lizardmen fought on their own without a unified leader, then he would not have to be afraid. The problem was that 50 years had passed, and there were no reports about the crack. Some things could not be confirmed. 2 days passed very quickly. The news of Ling Xiao killing Bailey Shiwu had spread throughout the Golden City. Everyone has their own opinions on this. Some people said that it was Bailey Shiwu who took the initiative, and Ling Xiao was just protecting himself. There were also people who said that Ling Xiao was too ruthless and shouldn't have killed Bailey Shiwu. No matter what, when the second round of the examination began, the 6 people became 5. Because Bailey Shiwu was dead, this time, the 5 candidates appeared in the Great Emperor Palace. One of the grids on the first floor was decorated as the meeting hall of the City of Gold. The area wasn't small, and it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Today, there were only 14 people here. Apart from the 4 Nine Heavens Supremes, the remaining 10 were all part of the Golden Guards. 2 of them were Ling Xiao's old acquaintances. One was the Golden Ruofeng, and the other was the Golden Godly Codex. Big Brother Ling Xiao. When the Golden Godly Codex saw Ling Xiao, she was as excited as a little rabbit as she skipped over to Ling Xiao's side. She held onto Ling Xiao's arm and started chattering. She said how much she missed Ling Xiao. When the 4 Nine Heavens Supremes saw this, they were stunned. They only knew that the Golden Godly Codex was saved by a martial artist from a remote place in the Western region. However, no one would have thought that this person was Ling Xiao. This kid actually came to the 4 regions and became the Emperor of the City of Gold. At this moment, Ling Xiao was no longer a genius in their eyes, but a true monster. That monster. Even young Master Yang Fan told me to kill Ling Xiao. This guy is really a monster. Huang Jinding frowned, and his face turned ugly. An opponent that he did not take seriously in the past had become so troublesome. This was not a good thing. Chapter 47:35. Could it be that Ling Xiao is the one who saved the princess? The Flower King asked in surprise. I've saved him twice. The Golden Godly Codex smiled and said, the first time was in Yuhua town. The second time was when I was cursed by the heavenly demon ghost tribe. When the Flower King heard that, he couldn't help but feel grateful. He was also surprised. The Golden Godly Codex was his daughter. His daughter had been in danger twice and was saved by someone. She had been thinking of ways to repay her savior. However, her savior was far away in the western region. They had sent people to look for him, but they could not find him. She had even reprimanded Huang Jinrufeng because of this. She really didn't expect that such an outstanding man would come from such a remote and desolate place. I can't repay you for saving the Godly Codex. When you come back from the Lizardmen tribe, I'll definitely thank you. The Flower King said solemnly, I didn't save the godly codex for repayment. You don't have to take it to heart. She's my friend. I should help her. If Ling Xiao wanted repayment, he would have told the Flower King about it the moment he came to the Golden City. Your Highness, you've really surprised me, said Lin Feng. At this moment, Huang Jinrufeng walked over. To be honest, when he heard that Ling Xiao had come to the Golden City, he did not believe it at all. What kind of joke was this? How could someone catch up to him in such a short time? He had even become the Crown Prince, and might even become the Golden King, his superior. Yes, I'm surprised too. When I first saw you, I felt like I was looking at a god. That kind of shock was simply unparalleled. I didn't expect that I would be able to stand at the same height as you today. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have such a strong desire to advance. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Huang Jinrufeng was a good person. He had even helped him before, so he had a good impression of him. Moreover, if he became the Golden King, he would definitely rope Huang Jinrufeng in. As the commander of the Golden Guards, Huang Jinrufeng's strength was not inferior to the 4 Supreme Kings at all. All right, it's time for us to catch up, right? The Law King couldn't bear to watch any longer. This Ling Xiao's influence in Golden City seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. If they couldn't get rid of this guy as soon as possible, they might not be able to deal with him in the future. That's true. 5 candidates, please come and receive your Soul Realm imprints. Huang Jinrufeng said. Ling Xiao had seen something similar to the so-called Soul Realm before. It could reflect a person's actions on the mirror. This way, even people thousands of miles away could see what a cultivator was doing through the Soul Realm. The Soul Realm mark would be imprinted on a martial artist's body. It was used to contact the Soul Realm. After the end of this test, it would naturally be removed. After Ling Xiao received the Soul Realm mark, he looked at Raymond. Lei Meng didn't say anything, but Ling Xiao could tell with his Tai Chi eye that Lei Meng was being controlled just as Bailey Shiwu said. As for the Undying King, he was also silent. He had to be careful in this mission. This was because these 2 people might not care about the mission at all in order to kill him. Instead, they would attack him with all their might. It might be easier to kill these 2 people directly, but I can't do that. After all, these 2 people are only being controlled. If I can save them, I can still get 2 great helpers. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart. At this moment, Huang Jinrufeng had already begun to introduce the mission. Ling Xiao had already heard everything he said, but he still pretended to listen to it again. In the end, Huang Jinrufeng reminded him, this mission is extremely difficult. If you can't complete it, then choose to give up. Our score is based on your performance during the process. Therefore, even if you can't complete the mission in the end, you can still get a score. It's just that there aren't that many, but it's better than losing your life. Even the D-Zun doesn't know how strong the lizard men are. Therefore, you have to be careful and don't try to show off. After all, we can see your performance through the Soul Realm, but we can't help you. Even if you are in danger, we can only watch helplessly. Hearing Huang Jinrufeng's words, Ling Xiao felt that this mission was even more difficult. However, he really didn't like to give up halfway. Even if there was the slightest possibility, he didn't want to give up. It would be best if he could complete it. He had to do his best to complete it. In fact, it wasn't just for this mission, but also to train himself. One had to know that leading the Golden City to resist the Lotus Flower was much more difficult than this. If he couldn't even complete this mission, how could he talk about the rest? You have to find the exact location of the Great Crack yourself. This is also part of the test. If you can't even find the location of the Great Crack, It means that you don't have the qualifications to become the Golden Sovereign. You will be directly eliminated. Huang Jinrufeng continued. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Good luck, everyone. Now, you can go to the Dongsheng Strong Country. The 5 of them heard the order and turned to leave. Raymond, the undying king, and Huang Jinyu instantly disappeared after leaving the great emperor palace. It should be the teleportation array to the Dongsheng Strong Country. The Golden City had a teleportation array to the 4 strong countries, so there was no need to hurry. Let's go too. Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Shui and said, "N." Yang Shui nodded, and the 2 of them came to the teleportation array together. You go and complete the mission first. I still have some things to deal with. The Dongsheng Strong Country still owes me a debt. I have to get it back. Ling Xiao sneered, and then directly sent a soul transmission to Yang Shui, explaining the situation of Raymond and the others. The soul realm could see his actions and hear his voice, but the soul transmission could prevent such a situation from happening. Yang Shui was shocked and angry. She was also a citizen of the Golden City and had lived in the Golden Sky region since she was young. How could she not be angry that her compatriots were framed like this? But now that they were being monitored, she couldn't say much. Ling Xiao, I'm not interested in the position of the Golden Sovereign. I'd better go with you. I can help you, Yang Shui said. Forget it. If you help me, I'm afraid some people will gossip again, and it might affect both of our ratings. Let's act separately. If there's any danger, contact me immediately. Ling Xiao still wanted to go on his own. To others, this was a test. To him, this was a rehearsal. Through the teleportation array, they arrived near the Dongsheng Strong Country's imperial capital. Ling Xiao and Yang Shui temporarily separated. Yang Shui went to look for the Great Crack. Ling Xiao went to the Dongsheng Strong Country's imperial capital. The Dongsheng Strong Country's imperial capital was still very big. Its scale was not inferior to the largest holy city among the 3,000 holy cities. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 4736. This was Ling Xiao's first time here. Although he used to live in the Dongsheng Strong Country, he had never been to the imperial capital. I'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Ling Xiao stared at the majestic city walls. A grin emerged on his face. Everything the Dongsheng Strong Country had given him, he was going to return it all. As for the mission, he wasn't worried at all. It wouldn't take long anyway. In the past, the imperial capital of the Dongsheng Strong Country was an existence Ling Xiao didn't dare underestimate. But now, Ling Xiao no longer put the Dongsheng Strong Country in his eyes. A man was standing on top of the imperial capital's city gate. He was the direct disciple of the Dongsheng Emperor. He was also the #1 young warrior in the entire Dongsheng Strong Country. His cultivation base was at the heavenly core realm, the 8th level of the divine core realm. In the entire Dongsheng Strong Country, there was no young warrior who was stronger than him. He was the direct disciple of the emperor and also the crown prince. The reason why he was here was because the crack had caused the Dongsheng Strong Country to suffer a great loss. Only he was able to fend off some lizard men. Almost every martial artist that entered the city would be strictly interrogated and checked. Of course, this was just a small matter, and he could let his subordinates handle it. All he needed to do was sit here and supervise. As for those who tried to extort money from the passers-by, he just turned a blind eye to it. No one dared to say anything about it. This way, he could increase the loyalty of his subordinates. If he ran into someone who didn't know what was good for him, he would just treat them as lizard men and kill them. He had killed more than 1 or 2 warriors like this before. The lizard men knew some secret skills, and they might even be able to transform into humans. Was he afraid of encountering a tough opponent? That was basically impossible because warriors who went to the 3,000 saint cities or the Golden City wouldn't come here under normal circumstances. Even if they did, they would inform him in advance. He was over 90 years old, and he had never seen any warriors from the 3,000 saint cities or the Golden City pass through the city gate like commoners. After all, the Dongsheng strong country's energy was too thin. Compared to the 3,000 saint cities and the Golden City, it was on a completely different level. Right at this moment, a quarrel suddenly broke out. One of his subordinates was sent flying with a slap. The crown prince stood up abruptly and looked coldly at the figure below. It was a young man who looked to be less than 20 years old. It should be known that in the 4 major regions, a 20-year-old martial artist could only be considered a child. Anyone under 50 years old was considered a teenager. At first, he was worried that his subordinate had kicked an iron plate this time, but when he saw this person's age, he immediately felt relieved. He suddenly jumped down from the top of the gatehouse, releasing a violent aura which shocked the surrounding passers-by. Everyone quickly backed away. They all looked at the young man, who was not even 20 years old, in confusion. There was actually someone who dared to offend the imperial family here. Wasn't this courting death? Ling Xiao looked at the crown prince. His expression was indifferent. The crown prince was like an ant that he could trample to death at any time. In fact, he might even be inferior to an ant. You dare to hurt this prince's people? The crown prince looked at Ling Xiao with his head held high and shouted sternly, "So what if I'm injured? Not killing him is already merciful." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Are you a lizardman spy?" The crown prince suddenly said. He directly put a black hat on Ling Xiao's head. "Hee, on the way here, I heard that you, the crown prince, like to distort the truth. Today I see that it's true. If I'm a lizardman spy, then you're the lizardman's child." Ling Xiao joked, "Bastard, you're courting death. How dare you slander the crown prince like this? Kill him." When the martial artists guarding the city heard Ling Xiao's words, they all pounced forward. Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. He just waved his hand casually. More than 10 people all crashed into the city wall and were already unconscious. Bastard! The crown prince was finally enraged. He threw a palm strike at Ling Xiao. The palm strike was so strong that it made the passers-by uneasy. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that the 10 judges of the City of Gold were looking at him. However, he was a person who did things his own way. Even if he didn't get a single point in this round, he still had to take revenge. He still had to do what he had to do. In fact, he didn't care about what others thought. He only wanted to be himself. A cold smile appeared on his face. He also threw a palm strike. There was a cracking sound. The crown prince's arm was already shattered. Even the bloody bone was exposed. The crown prince screamed. He hugged his arm and howled in pain. He realized that he had encountered a tough opponent today. Although it was painful and frustrating, he had to lower his head. However, he had to lower his head. Otherwise, he would lose his life. "Hero, please spare my life. I didn't recognize you." The crown prince knelt on the ground. The passers-by were stunned by the scene. Who would have thought that the crown prince, who was usually arrogant, would kneel to a passerby today? This wasn't a dream, right? As he knelt, someone had already sneaked into the palace. The Emperor of Dongsheng was a half-step to the divine body realm. In the past, Ling Xiao couldn't see through many people's cultivation because he was weak. However, now that he thought about it, the emperors of the 4 strongest countries were probably as strong as the top 10 city lords of the 3,000 sacred cities. This time, when he came to the capital of Dongsheng Strong Country, he casually scanned the entire city. There was only one half step to the divine body realm martial artist. It could only be the Emperor of Dongsheng. Ling Xiao also noticed the person who ran to report, but he didn't intend to stop him. He had originally come here to find the Dongsheng Emperor and settle the matters of the past. On one hand, it was for himself. On the other hand, it was for the Emperor of Dongsheng. It was better to leave the Dongsheng strong country to the descendants of the Emperor of Dongsheng. After all, those people were now treating him as their master. Hero, please uphold justice for me. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how to deal with the crown prince, a young man in ragged clothes ran out from the crowd. Then he knelt on the ground. This young man was actually older than Ling Xiao. He looked to be in his 40s and was very weak. He was only in the divine pulse realm. Uphold justice. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Tell me, what kind of justice do you want me to uphold for you?" "Hero, this is the crown prince. He used his power to take away my family's heirloom treasure. He even killed my family of more than 10 people. I was still young back then and was hidden by my father. I was lucky to escape. However, I watched my family die in front of me. I wanted to take revenge, but unfortunately, I still don't have the strength to do so. I'm lucky to have met you. If you can take revenge for me, I'm willing to do anything for you." The young man said with righteous indignation, "Do you have any evidence?" Although Ling Xiao could tell that the young man wasn't lying, he still wanted the Golden City's judges to see that he was eliminating evil. Chapter 47:37. "Of course, Hero, please take a look." The young man took out the memory medal and recalled what happened that day. The crown prince's arrogant, despotic, and insufferably arrogant appearance was on full display. "Don't worry, I will definitely uphold justice for you." Ling Xiao glanced at the young man and said, "To be honest, I am a martial artist from the 3,000 Holy City. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can voice it out. Even if it was done by the royal family, don't be afraid." 3,000 Holy City. He was actually a martial artist from the 3,000 Holy City. The crown prince's expression changed drastically. The surrounding passers-by were extremely excited. The 3,000 Holy City was simply a holy land in the hearts of the martial artists of the 4 great powers. As for the Golden City, they had heard very little about it. Many people had never even heard of it. "My son was captured and hasn't returned yet. The imperial court won't give an explanation. My wife was killed by the crown prince's demon beast when she was walking on the road. There was no explanation. My poor daughter was forcefully recruited into the palace because she was beautiful. She was said to be a concubine, but in the end, she was gone for 3 years and there was no news of her." Damn, he didn't know if he didn't ask, but he was shocked when he asked. What kind of dirty things did the Dongsheng royal family do? Perhaps they didn't think much of it, but when they met someone as serious as Ling Xiao, or rather, someone who deliberately caused trouble for them, they were really unlucky. "Shut up, you unruly people. What nonsense are you talking about?" The crown prince roared sternly. "Wow, you're quite fierce. Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant after doing something wrong?" Ling Xiao sneered. "Kid, don't go too far. My father knows the law king of the Golden City. I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, you will die a terrible death. Our Dongsheng royal family gives half of the taxes to the law king every year. He will definitely uphold justice for us." The crown prince probably didn't know that what he said and did would be seen by the people in the Golden City. In addition to the judges, there was also a giant screen Soul Realm outside. Basically, every martial artist in the Golden City could see and hear it. At this moment, the face of Huang Jianding, who was in the Emperor Palace, turned black. Damn, why did Ling Xiao go to the Dongsheng royal family? For no reason. Although he could deny it flatly, people were not fools. They had a scale in their hearts. Everyone, don't listen to this person's nonsense. This old man has never known this fellow. Huang Jinding hurriedly explained. I've never done it before. Why are you in such a hurry? The Flame Emperor smiled. Huang Jinding was extremely embarrassed. The more he explained, the more unclear it became. Ling Xiao, who was at the scene, was amused. He didn't expect to dig out such a big worm. Being able to cause trouble for the Punishment King, Huang Jinding was something he would never tire of doing. Nonsense. I also know Lord Law King. As one of the 4 great supreme kings, how could he accept your bribes so shamelessly? You should know what the consequences of slandering a supreme being are. A hint of a smile flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he shouted sternly, Slander? How could we slander Lord King of Law? After all, he is on the same boat as us. If you don't believe me, the annual bribe ledger is still in the hands of our royal family. It was a person called Miyazaki who contacted us. Every time he came, he would bring Lord Law King's warrant. My father once had the chance to meet Lord Law King and is very familiar with his aura, so he definitely won't be mistaken. The Crown Prince only cared about showing off his relationship with the Punishment King, but he didn't expect that he would be forcing himself to death. Inside the Great Emperor Palace, the Flame Emperor suddenly laughed. Isn't Miyazaki your disciple? One of the commanders of the Punishment Palace. Also, he has your warrant, so it can't be fake. It must be Miyazaki, who is messing around behind my back. Men, bring Miyazaki here. The Punishment King wanted to kill Miyazaki now so that there would be no evidence. Anyway, this matter couldn't be investigated to Miyazaki. Ling Xiao was actually clear about this point. He didn't expect this matter to topple the Punishment King. He just wanted to add some gambling to the Punishment King and kill another punishment commander. Anything that could make the Punishment King unhappy would make him happy. Since you said so, I'll go with you to the palace to see your so-called evidence. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Everyone who is willing to believe me, follow me. If the Dongsheng royal family is really as despicable as you say, I will definitely give you justice today. He called out to those who complained and then picked up the Crown Prince. He headed in the direction of the palace. The Crown Prince sneered in his heart. He wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, but his father was definitely not a problem. Looking at his age, Ling Xiao was not even 20 years old. Even the martial artists from the 3,000 Sacred City weren't that strong. And his father's strength was equivalent to the most powerful 3,000 Sacred Cities' Sacred Lord. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defy the heavens. Perhaps he didn't even need to do anything. As long as he took out evidence of his relationship with the Punishment King, this kid would definitely be scared out of his wits. Along the way, they saw the Crown Prince being held hostage, whether it was the city guards or the patrol team. And the martial artists from the Dongsheng Strong Country all came to rescue him. In their opinion, as long as they could save the Crown Prince, it would be a great merit. They would be able to live a good life in the future. But who knew that the result would be the same? They were all beaten up badly. All of them were crying for their parents. They were all shocked that such a young person could be so powerful. The Crown Prince was hoping that someone could save him, but after experiencing all these, he was disappointed. It seemed that he could only ask his father to save him. Hero, looking at your strength, I'm afraid you've already reached the Shattered Core realm. This kid was not stupid. He even knew to test Ling Xiao's cultivation. Not that strong, but not too far. The peak of the ultimate core realm. Ling Xiao said calmly, No wonder. The Crown Prince smiled bitterly. Including him and the martial artists who helped him, they were at most in the middle stage of the ultimate core realm. How could they be a match for this monster? He could only rely on his father. But then again, the martial artists from the 3,000 Sacred City were powerful. They had reached the peak of the ultimate core realm at such a young age. Terrifying, but to challenge the entire Dongsheng royal family with such strength, wasn't he courting death? Because of the crowd behind him, Ling Xiao didn't walk very fast. When he was about 1,000 meters away from the palace, he was met with a group of martial artists. One of them was wearing armor that was shining with golden light. He was a 5th stage Shattered Core realm martial artist. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the half-step divine body realm, it was much stronger than the ultimate core realm. General Chun, save me. Kill all these rebels. The Crown Prince shouted for help. Maybe because he felt that he had someone to rely on, he was very confident. Oh, you're really bold. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Chapter 47:38. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Since you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. Hearing this, the Crown Prince was scared out of his wits. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. If you're really with the King of Punishment, I wouldn't dare to kill you. Ling Xiao laughed. The Crown Prince was relieved. Good that you know. General Chen rushed over. How dare you? Release the Crown Prince immediately, or you'll die here. Ling Xiao threw the Crown Prince aside. This trash was still useful, so he didn't want to kill him for the time being. As for General Chen, he smiled as he looked at the crowd of over 10,000 people behind him and asked, what crime did this General Chen commit? Yes, he's the Dongsheng Emperor's loyal dog. He helped the Dongsheng Emperor with his dirty deeds. He's the worst accomplice. In order to occupy resources, he didn't hesitate to kill the people of a town. A voice came from the crowd. Good that you're guilty. Chun, do you plead guilty? Ling Xiao looked at General Chun and shouted sternly. A bunch of ants. So be it. You're going to die today. General Chun didn't care about Ling Xiao at all, so he didn't mind telling the truth. Is that so? Ling Xiao sneered. Then I'll let you pay for this ant's life today. General Chun, don't be careless. This kid is at the peak of the extreme core realm. He's not easy to deal with. The Crown Prince shouted. However, his eyes were full of sarcasm when he looked at Ling Xiao. He seemed to be saying, Kid, you didn't expect it, right? You fell for it. You, an extreme core realm martial artist, dare to break into the capital of the Dongsheng Kingdom. Even if you're a martial artist from the 3,000 sacred cities, you'll die. I'm a martial artist from the 3,000 sacred cities. Do you dare to kill me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. The 3,000 sacred cities are nothing. We're related to the King of Punishment, Huang Jinding. Killing you would be a waste of time. General Chun didn't care and rushed over fiercely. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The terrifying attack, which was enough to destroy a house, directly blasted onto Ling Xiao's body. Little bastard, how dare you kidnap the Crown Prince? Your crimes are unforgivable. Seeing the violent fist energy explode, the smoke and dust on the street swirled up, filling the air with the figures of Ling Xiao and General Chun. The Crown Prince was suddenly excited. He fiercely looked at Ling Xiao. Stinky brat, you dare to break this prince's arm. Now, you know how powerful I am. He knew that Ling Xiao was dead, for sure. A mere martial artist at the peak of the ultimate stage of core was facing General Chen, who was at the 5th level of the core shattering stage. There was no chance of survival. However, in the next moment, when the dust settled, everyone was stunned. They saw an inconceivable scene. Ling Xiao was not dead. General Chun was lifted up by the neck. It was like holding a struggling chick. General Chen was even more terrified. He realized that he could do nothing but struggle. His true essence was completely sealed, and he couldn't use it at all. That's impossible. Aren't you a warrior of the ultimate stage of Dan? The crown prince asked in shock. Tell me, how did you become the crown prince with your IQ? Do you really believe everything I say? You believe me when I say I'm a warrior of the divine body realm? Ling Xiao mocked. At that moment, the crown prince's face turned pale, and his body became powerless. Oh no, not only did I meet a tough guy today, but I also met a steel plate. How can such a young person be so powerful? How did he cultivate? It's unbelievable. At that moment, more and more martial artists gathered. The martial artists who hated the royal family were extremely excited. As for the martial artists who were loyal to the royal family, they were a little uneasy. General Chun, the commander of the royal guards, was easily captured by a brat who was not even 20 years old. What's wrong with this world? If this is a joke from the heavens, let it end quickly. Let me go, let me go. I know the Punishment King. If you dare to kill me, you're dead. General Chen was still struggling and shouting. Ling Xiao looked at the sky with a smile. He knew that the Punishment King, Huang Jinding, must be watching this scene. This guy actually dares to slander our great Punishment King. He deserves to die. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and pinched General Chun to death with one hand. It looked like he was attacking General Chun, but in reality, he was targeting the Punishment King. The Punishment King's face was extremely ugly. At that moment, Miyazaki was brought over. The Penal Law King didn't even ask any questions and directly slapped him to death. Miyazaki was his personal disciple. Moreover, he was one of his most valued disciples. If Ling Xiao didn't expose him, he wouldn't have died. The Punishment King Huang Jinding was really anxious now. Ling Xiao, even if Yang Fan didn't urge him, he still couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao. Brat, you actually dare to kill in our Dongsheng country's capital. Looks like you're tired of living. Brothers, this guy killed our commander. Don't you think we should kill him? At that moment, there were already thousands of Dongsheng country's martial artists gathered. Perhaps it was their advantage in numbers that gave them the right to clamor. They actually wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The group of people all rushed towards Ling Xiao. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to attack, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Your Majesty is here. The martial artists rushing towards Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at the man in the yellow robe excitedly. As expected, he was a half-step divine physique echelon cultivator. If this was in the past, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to fight against this enemy. But now, he didn't care about it at all. Ling Xiao lifted the crown prince and looked at the Dongsheng emperor with disdain. The other party's eyes revealed a domineering light. He looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, Your Majesty, you've had enough of showing off. Shouldn't you let him go? Do I have to let him go just because you want me to? How embarrassing would that be for me? Ling Xiao sneered and said, Your crown prince has done all kinds of evil. There's no way he can live today. He even slandered our Golden City's King of Law, Lord King of Law, for accepting bribes, which is a crime deserving of death. I have no choice but to kill him. Your Majesty, don't go overboard. This is the Dongsheng country, not the 3,000 sacred cities. Even in the 3,000 sacred cities, the sacred Lord of Scarlet Sun Sacred City is my best friend. You won't offend him, right? The Dongsheng Emperor said coldly, Look at you. Of all people, you have to be friends with that idiot. Ling Xiao shook his head. He had already killed the sacred Lord of Scarlet Sun, and the 3,000 sacred cities had already changed. Perhaps it was because it had only been a short time, so the Dongsheng Emperor didn't know. Brat, you're really arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the sacred Lord of Scarlet Sun. The Dongsheng Emperor who was a half-step divine body realm, suddenly threw a punch, and the whole world turned golden. This punch of his caused those martial artists following behind Ling Xiao to immediately fall into despair. In their hearts, the Dongsheng Emperor was a god. Even in a sacred land like the 3,000 sacred cities, he was a godlike existence. Chapter 47:39. In the eyes of Ling Xiao, the godlike existence of the Dongsheng strong country was laughable and sad. Ling Xiao did not even make a move, and allowed the Dongsheng Emperor's fist to land on him. The violent force rolled, but when the fist landed on Ling Xiao's body, it sounded as if it had hit metal. The Eastern Victory strong country's martial artists all revealed gloating expressions. They cursed Ling Xiao in their hearts. But this excitement only lasted for a moment. Next, they saw the most unbelievable scene of their lives. The Dongsheng Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm, which was aimed at Ling Xiao, was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight. He was the one who attacked Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao was not hurt at all. Instead, it was the Dongsheng Emperor who was seriously injured. How could such a strange scene not be shocking? No, this is impossible. I don't believe this is true. The crown prince was completely dumbfounded. The Dongsheng Emperor was his last hope. If his father was defeated, then who could save him? The rest were in disbelief too. The Dongsheng Emperor was the most powerful existence in Dongsheng strong country. He was like a god, standing above everyone else. Here, no one dared to defy him or question him. But at this moment, this legend seemed to have been shattered. A young man from an unknown place made the Dongsheng Emperor pay a painful price with his terrifying strength. The difference in strength was huge. Ling Xiao did not even make a move. It was too strange. It was too strange. Ling Xiao sneered and did not give the Dongsheng Emperor a chance to escape. In a flash, he was in front of the Dongsheng Emperor. He held the crown prince in one hand and the Dongsheng Emperor in the other. That domineering and valiant aura made the other martial artists not dare to move an inch. He kill me? Can you kill me? Ling Xiao looked at the Dongsheng Emperor with contempt. Your Excellency, don't be rash. The Dongsheng Emperor hurriedly said, We do have a close relationship with the King of Punishment. This is definitely true. Please, for his sake, spare us snobs. Even the Emperor could tell from the attack just now that Ling Xiao was much stronger than him. Right now, he only wanted to save his own life. If he survived, he would still be the Dongsheng Emperor and control the Dongsheng strong country. He could abuse his power. So what if he made a fool of himself? No one would dare to expose his shortcomings anyway. Really? I don't believe it. Ling Xiao sneered. How could the penal law king have anything to do with you ants? Don't kill us. I'll go get the evidence now. The crown prince said hurriedly. All right, if you don't show up in half an hour, I'll kill your father and slaughter the royal family. You must remember it well. My divine sense has enveloped the entire imperial city. Running away is not realistic. It will only bring you a fatal disaster. Ling Xiao said coldly. All right, no problem. After the crown prince was released, he rushed to the palace like a madman. The rest looked at the scene and sighed. The royal family of Dongsheng was also abusing their power. What kind of terrifying existence had they offended today? Don't you want to know who I am? Ling Xiao asked with a smile as he stood there, calm and unruffled. You must be an expert from the City of Gold, right? The Dongsheng Emperor was not too stupid. There was no such expert in the 3,000 sacred cities. Ling Xiao could only be an expert from the City of Gold. I didn't ask you that. Do you still remember the small country of Purple Spirit? Do you remember the insignificant person who was almost killed by you, the ant-like Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao asked coldly. You know Ling Xiao? The Dongsheng Emperor would never have thought that the person in front of him was Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao was an insignificant person, he knew him. Not only did he know him, but he also tried to kill Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao killed his disciple. Of course, the cause was that his disciple wanted to take Ling Xiao's life and snatch the treasure from Ling Xiao. But he certainly did not dare to say that now. To be honest, I don't know anything about dealing with Ling Xiao. Everything was done by my stupid disciple. He's dead now. Even if you want to avenge Ling Xiao, you can't blame us. You're trying to push the blame away. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Unfortunately, I'm Ling Xiao. When you went a purple spirit, you probably didn't take me seriously. So you can't help it. To tell you the truth, I'm here today for revenge. Buzz. The Dongsheng Emperor was dumbfounded. The person in front of him was actually Ling Xiao. He was actually the lowly ant from back then, the ant that could easily kill his disciple. How could he have grown so much in such a short time? This was too terrifying. But what happened next made him feel even more hopeless. Ling Xiao touched the Dongsheng Emperor ring gently. Do you know what this is? This is the Dongsheng Emperor ring that you've been dreaming of. There's also the Dongsheng Heaven Sword and Dongsheng Demon Sword. Ling Xiao summoned the two swords and smiled faintly. Today, he could finally confirm the grade of these three treasures. The Dongsheng Emperor ring was an emperor weapon with 6 dragon patterns. The Dongsheng Heaven Sword and Dongsheng Demon Sword were both emperor weapons with 6 dragon patterns. Until today, they were still extremely powerful weapons. Even for a 5th-level divine physique echelon martial artist, this was a rare emperor weapon. Therefore, it would not be eliminated for now. You've obtained all of the Dongsheng ancient emperor's inheritance? No wonder. The Dongsheng Emperor laughed bitterly. Looks like I don't have to use the Punishment King, because you're determined to kill me, right? That's right. Not only are you full of evil, but you've also offended me and tried to kill me. It won't make sense if I don't kill you. Besides, the Dongsheng strong country should be handed over to the descendants of the Dongsheng ancient emperor. You don't deserve to have it. Ling Xiao was someone who would definitely do what he promised. Even though the Dongsheng ancient emperor did not specifically ask Ling Xiao to do this, he still had to return the favor. If it were not for the Dongsheng ancient emperor, he would not be where he was today. The Dongsheng Emperor ring, the Dongsheng Heaven Sword, and the Dongsheng Demon Sword were 3 treasures that he still used. As for the Dongsheng ancient emperor's inheritance, it had always helped him to break through and cultivate. Since you've decided to kill me, why did you ask the Crown Prince to get the evidence? The Dongsheng Emperor was confused. Well, it's because I know that someone will definitely ask his subordinates to kill the Crown Prince after finding out about this. Therefore, the Crown Prince should be dead by now. Ling Xiao smiled cunningly at the sky. The Punishment King, Huang Jinding, spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just gone out and used the 1,000-mile voice transmission talisman to order his subordinates in the Dongsheng strong country to kill the Crown Prince and destroy the evidence. Now that he had just returned and sat down, he heard such words. He was almost angered to death. This Ling Xiao was too cunning. He seemed to have calculated every step of the way. If the Crown Prince is dead, your evidence will be gone. You won't be able to overthrow the Punishment King. Then he will definitely kill you. I'll wait for you below. The Dongsheng Emperor sneered. End of chapter. Chapter 4740. Evidence? Do you think you can overthrow the King of Law with that bit of evidence? You underestimate our King of Law too much. I'm afraid he has already found a scapegoat and killed him. Even if I get the evidence back, it's meaningless. Once I find that person, the clues will be cut off. It's meaningless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. In the great Emperor Palace, the Flame Emperor was rocking back and forth with laughter. Huang Jinding, did you discuss this with the Imperial Prince? How did he know what you were doing in the Dongsheng Kingdom? That Miyazaki really died in time. The King of Law's face darkened, and he didn't say anything. He knew that anything he said now would only make things worse. It was better to keep silent. However, his hatred for Ling Xiao had become even more intense. He looked at the Soul Realm. In the other scene, Yang Shuyi, Huang Jinyu, Lei Meng, and the Immortal King had already found the entrance to the crack and entered. As for Ling Xiao, he was still performing. In addition, if the Crown Prince is really dead, it reminds me of something. The King of Law has spies in the Dongsheng Kingdom, and he might even have spies in the crack. What a powerful person. I have to be careful. Ling Xiao said this on purpose. This way, if a mysterious enemy attacked Ling Xiao, he would be thought to be sent by the King of Law. Why couldn't Huang Jinding wash his hands clean? He had originally arranged for an assassin to quietly get rid of Ling Xiao. Even if people saw it through the Soul Realm, they wouldn't be able to guess it was him. But now that Ling Xiao said this, he was completely embarrassed. Also, before you die, let me tell you something interesting. The King of Law could see everything that happened here. Not only could he see it, but the upper echelons of the Golden City could also see it. Interesting, right? When Ling Xiao said this, the Dongsheng Emperor was completely dumbfounded. This kid was too cunning. They were used by this guy like fools. How hateful. I'll fight you to the death. The Dongsheng Emperor suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao as if he had gone crazy. Fight! Will it work? Ling Xiao pointed his finger, and the space where the Dongsheng Emperor was completely shattered. His entire body shattered into pieces and disappeared. The Crown Prince's aura had also disappeared. It was certain that he had been killed. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the cultivators from the Dongsheng country. Your emperor is dead. If anyone dares to bully the citizens again, I will definitely kill them when I return from my mission. I am a man of my word. I'm sure all of you have seen that the enmity between me and the Dongsheng Emperor has been formed since a long time ago. You only reported it today. I'm very patient. With that, he turned around and left. Zi Qianya, Zi Long, and the descendants of the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor would arrive in 2 to 3 days, dealing with the aftermath. He didn't need to worry about that. Next, it was time to focus on the assessment. He couldn't afford to be careless. After all, the other 4 had already found the location of the Great Rift. Of course, since they had found it, Ling Xiao had also found it. If Yang Shui found it, she would naturally tell him. On Raymond's body, Ling Xiao had secretly left a trace of soul force. Whether it was the Immortal King or Huang Jinyu, they would inform Raymond when they found the Great Rift. After all, Raymond was now a puppet. The reason why he chose Raymond instead of the other 2 was that he was afraid of being discovered. At this moment, the Golden City was in an uproar. The warriors outside and the judges in the Great Emperor Palace all had their own opinions about the current situation. On a huge soul realm, it was divided into 5 images. At the same time, it recorded the actions of the 5 people. This Ling Xiao is really something. No matter what the reason is, he actually abandoned the Dizun's mission and went to take revenge for his personal grudge. It's simply unreasonable. Although he got rid of a scum like the Dongsheng Emperor, it also reflected his selfishness from the side. If he becomes the Golden Sovereign, what will happen? Obviously, there were people of the Law King among the judges. After all, the Golden Guards were still humans. Moreover, the Dizun hadn't appeared for hundreds of years. There were even rumors that he was dead. This made many Golden Guards look for new backers. Of the 10 judges today, 5 of them had joined the Golden Cauldron. No one knew about this. It was just that when they were discussing, they seemed to be speaking fairly, but they were obviously criticizing Ling Xiao. They wanted to shift everyone's attention to the assessment and forget about the Law King. This could be said to be well-intentioned. As soon as he finished speaking, another judge stood up and nodded. That's a fair statement. I also admit that Ling Xiao is capable, and what he did today is not wrong, but he chose the wrong time. Is such a person who doesn't know his priorities really qualified to be the Golden Sovereign? If the Golden City encounters a big matter in the future, he will deal with his own private affairs. Then wouldn't everything be over? Unreliable, really unreliable. Yes, Ling Xiao is not qualified to be the Golden Sovereign at all. After all, he is an outsider after all. It is impossible for him to put the Golden City in his heart. When faced with a choice, I am sure that he will choose his friends and not the interests of the Golden City. I don't hate him personally, but he is not suitable to be the Golden Sovereign. These words were said beautifully and were much more vicious than directly attacking Ling Xiao. Now that you've said it, you're right. I was sure that he was recommended by the ancestor, so there was no way I was wrong. But it is hard to guarantee that this guy will not become the second Feng Chenxiao. There were a total of 10 judges, and 5 of them had been bribed by the Law King or had joined the Law King. Therefore, when they spoke, it was completely one-sided. At this time, the Golden God Codex, who was also a judge, was unhappy. You have the nerve. Is Dongsheng strong country not a place of my Golden Sky region? You have allowed that villain to be the emperor for so many years. Ling Xiao eradicated him today, and look at how happy the people are. Isn't this for the Golden City? You say that Ling Xiao is selfish? He did not accept bribes from others. Yes, judges, please be clear about this. This round is based on the completion of the mission. You've already gotten the scoring points. The matter just now has nothing to do with the points. If someone uses this matter to make things difficult, I feel that they are scheming something. Huang Jinrufeng sneered. If it were me, I would also make the same choice as Ling Xiao. If you don't sweep a house, how can you sweep the world? You can't even deal with the villain of Dongsheng Strong Country. How can you rule the entire Golden Sky region? Commander said it well. Although Ling Xiao was not a native of the 4 major domains, he was not a native of the 4 major domains. But he will definitely not drop the ball at the critical moment. I believe that he will be able to complete the mission smoothly. At the same time, we will find out the Golden City's Huang Fulong. After this person finished speaking, he specially glanced at the Law King. This person had really done a lot of dirty things in the 100 years before the Overlord appeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 47-41. In such a situation, no one could convince the other. In the end, they didn't say anything. Everything depended on the result. Would Ling Xiao be able to stand out? Could Huang Jinyu come out on top? Everything was still undecided. However, the debate outside was more ferocious. Those martial artists even fought for their supporters. The Punishment Hall and the Fire King Palace almost went on a rampage and killed someone. If not for the 2 Supreme Kings stopping them, it wouldn't have ended well. From this point, it could be seen that it was too difficult to convince one group of people to accept another group of people. Or it could be said that it was almost impossible. Unless one group of people was completely defeated, suddenly, in the Great Emperor Palace, the 4 Supreme Kings and Huang Jinrufeng frowned. Uninvited guests are here. I'll go out and take a look. The Fire King flew out. The Golden City stood loftily on a piece of King's paradise. It was quiet and mysterious. It was full of deterrence. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared in the distant sky. They stepped into the range of Golden City and quickly approached. The aura of these 3 people was very terrifying. They were the top experts in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. One of them was wearing a black robe, which was gloomy and terrifying. Everything in the area he was in began to wither. A cloud of black gas wrapped around him, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. This person was the Nether Devil Master of the 9 underworlds. Not far from him stood a tall and mighty middle-aged man. His blue hair was shining with bright electric current. His whole body seemed to be wrapped by this electric current. His face was always revealing a look of anger. This person was the Thunder Star Master of the Thunder Astral Boundary. Next to him was another man. He was tall and wore a big red robe, but his hair was scarlet red compared to the Thunder Star Master. His figure was slimmer, but his temper seemed to be more fiery. This was the Raging Flame Star Master of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary. The last person was a woman. Where she stood, the wind raged, and the wind elements seemed to be rushing towards her desperately. This woman was the Storm Star Master of the Storm Astral Boundary. These 4 people were the emperors of the 9 worlds, the top existences. They seemed to have ulterior motives for coming here today. Why didn't the 4 of you inform us in advance that you are coming to my Golden City? We have to hold a banquet to welcome you. A voice came from afar. It was rough and domineering. The Flame Emperor had arrived. Behind the Fire Emperor were the Law Emperor, the Flower Emperor, and the Thunder Emperor. It was probably because they sensed the strength of the newcomer that they did not dare to be careless. It was not a small matter for the 4 sovereigns to appear at the same time. They had to come out together. Fire King, you're asking the obvious. Ling Xiao killed a disciple of my demon realm in the world of souls. Today, I only want Ling Xiao. As long as you hand him over, nothing will happen. The Nether Demon Lord said coldly. It seemed to be an accusation, but what happened in the world of souls was rather complicated. No one could say for sure. What was strange was that with the deep-sea dragon domain as an example, these people still dared to come. There was a thought-provoking meaning in this. Ling Xiao gained the most from the trip to the world of souls. He has to give us an explanation for killing our disciple for no reason. Thunder Star-Lord said coldly, "That's right. The Raging Flame Astral Boundary also needs an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Raging Flame, Star-Lord snorted. A few days ago, the deep-sea dragon domain was massacred and the entire dragon city was destroyed. We suspect that it was done by the experts of the Golden City. So, please give us an explanation for this. After all, the deep-sea dragon domain and the Tempest Astral Boundary are allies. The Storm Star-Lord's reason was interesting, but overall, the 4 of them had the same purpose, which was to find fault with the Golden City. *T. The Fire King was also hot-tempered. He said angrily, "Nether Demon Lord, you shameless old thing. You're a warrior from the demon realm of the 9 serenities. You've done something shameful in the world of souls. In the end, you killed yourself and blamed it on Ling Xiao? And you, Thunder Star-Lord, you're not young anymore. How can you be so shameless? You martial artists from the Thunder Astral Boundary, the Raging Flame Astral Boundary, and the Tempest Astral Boundary joined forces to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, you were killed by Ling Xiao. If it were me, I would also feel ashamed. How dare you come to find him so confidently? Lastly, what you said about the deep-sea dragon realm is even more ridiculous. Perhaps the deep-sea dragon domain has done a lot of evil in their daily lives and is suffering retribution. What does that have to do with our Golden City? You're actually asking us for an explanation? You're such a laughable woman. I thought you were here as guests, so I gave you some face. Do you really think you are a dish? Get out of my sight as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The city of gold is really impressive. The Nether Devil Master sneered and said, although the golden heavenly region is getting worse by the day, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It could still hold on for a few hundred years. If you allow your disciples to run amok like this, then you will not be able to do as you please. Then I think the Golden Sky region will be finished very soon. Ha 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 ha. Fire King laughed wildly. If you have the guts, come and find trouble with my Golden Sky region. I'll let you see if the Golden Sky domain will be destroyed by you first, or your 9 underworlds devil domain. Those bastards from the deep sea dragon domain also threatened us. I believe you saw what happened in the end. We, the Golden Heavens, do not stir up trouble, but we are never afraid of trouble. Since the 9 underworlds devil domain dared to threaten the Golden Heavens, Fire King could not show weakness. You guys also have the same intention? The Thunder Star Master looked at the other 3 and asked. The other 3 naturally would not say anything else. Even if it was the Punishment King, it was impossible for him to cower in the face of someone threatening to destroy the Golden Sky region. After all, he still wanted to be the sovereign of the Golden Heavenly region in the future. Good, very good. The Thunder Star Master sneered and said, the Golden Heavenly region is really impressive. Remember what you said today. I hope you won't regret it in the future. I'm leaving. After speaking, he broke through the sky and left. The Nether Devil Master and the Storm Star Master also turned and left. However, the Inferno Star Master paused for a moment and glanced at Fire King. You guys are finished. You have already become the public enemy of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Other than the Savage Beast region, the Eternal Palace, and the Heavenly Devil Ghost region, everyone else will join our alliance. At that time, 9 out of the remaining 13 forces in the 4 regions and 9 worlds will become your enemies. What should you guys do? He let out a wild laugh before turning around and leaving. The 4 of them instantly disappeared into the horizon. They came quickly and left quickly as well. The Flower King frowned and said, it seems like there will be a lot of trouble in the future. We must choose the Golden Sovereign as soon as possible. Humph. At this moment, the Punishment King, Huang Jinding, let out a cold snort. There were outsiders here just now, so I didn't say anything. But now you guys have seen it. For a mere Ling Xiao, you want the Golden Heavenly region to become the enemy of the 9 great forces. No, it might even be the 10 great forces. Ling Xiao is still holding the Eternal Emperor's daughter. Do you really think it's worth it? Mobile version update website. Chapter 47-42. Hearing the Punishment King's words. The Fire Emperor was furious and roared, are you still a martial artist of the Golden Heavens region? Do you still put the D-Zune in your eyes? You actually want to abandon the Imperial Prince appointed by the D-Zune? Besides, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Without Ling Xiao, they will use other reasons. I think this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. Under normal circumstances, these fellows would not join hands with each other. Someone must be instigating them from behind. Just as the Punishment King was about to speak, the Thunder King also nodded and said, this time, I think the Fire Emperor is right. These guys are obviously trying to scam us. The destruction of the Deep Sea Dragon region was not done by us at all, but they still insist on blaming us. Their intentions are worthy of death. The Flower King also nodded and said, the root of this matter is probably those treasures. Punishment King, you won't let us give the treasures to those 4 forces, right? Ling Xiao is now the Imperial Prince, and might even become the Golden Sovereign. Don't make a mistake on this matter, or you will really become the sinner of the Golden Heavens region. That's right. So what if they join forces? Does our Golden Heavens region have to betray our dignity? Punishment King, don't forget that the D-Zune is still alive. In the 4 regions and 9 worlds, except for the Beast Emperor of the Savage Beast region, and the Eternal Emperor of the Eternal Palace. No one is his match. We can't admit defeat, and we won't admit defeat. After the Fire Emperor finished speaking, he flew away. The other 2 also turned and left. The Punishment King's face was somewhat gloomy. This time, he was actually refuted by the other 3 people. The feeling was really unpleasant. Golden Cauldron. Suddenly, a voice came from the dark. Yang Fan, dressed in white, walked out. He smiled faintly and said, "Why do you care? Anyway, the Golden Heavens region is going to be finished. The mastermind behind this is actually the young master," Golden Cauldron said in surprise. "That's right. Give them some benefits and some threats, and they will naturally listen obediently." Yang Fan chuckled and said, "However, this is not all. Soon, the Chaotic Sand Sea will hold a 4 regions, 9 worlds summit. It's specifically targeted at the Golden Heavens region." While Yang Fan was telling Golden Cauldron this, the 9 forces of the 4 regions, 9 worlds were already rushing towards the Chaotic Sand Sea. All the schemes would start from there. At the same time, some small sects and forces also joined in. Rumor had it that the City of Gold was trying to conquer the 4 regions and 9 realms. Many small sects and forces had already been destroyed. Even a colossus like the Deep Sea Dragon Realm was destroyed. The 4 regions and 9 worlds suddenly became lively. The entire 4 regions were in an uproar. Crusade Summit against the Golden Sky region. This was something that had never happened in history. Other than the major and minor forces, there were 9 other major forces that had joined the alliance. This was truly shocking. More and more rumors were spreading. Almost everyone thought that the Golden Sky domain was finished. The mastermind was hiding in a dark corner and sniggering. "Wait until you're done killing each other. It's time for us to enter the stage." Perhaps this was the so-called mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At this moment, Ling Xiao was at the center of the whirlpool, but he still didn't know about these things, because he had already entered the Great Crack. This rift was completely different from what he had imagined. Although the lizard men were still in tribal mode, their standard of living seemed to be better than he had imagined. He strolled into a lizard men tribe and changed his appearance to that of a lizard man. This was just in case. But what surprised him was that the city of this tribe was actually very sturdy. In fact, there were even humans in the market. What was going on? Ling Xiao frowned, but on the surface, he remained calm. He walked to a restaurant and prepared to ask for some information. This was the place where information was the most accessible in a city. After ordering a few side dishes, he sat there and drank alone. Suddenly, a kitten that looked like white jade came out of his clothes. It actually held the jar and drank. "Damn, aren't you a puppet? Can you drink?" Ling Xiao was speechless. "What do you know? Not only can I drink, but I can also eat. It's just that ordinary food can't satisfy my appetite." The kitten curled its lips, as if it was despising Ling Xiao for being ignorant. "What a cute kitten! Brother Jinxiu, I want that kitten." At this moment, a delicate voice was heard. Ling Xiao couldn't help but glance at it. He almost vomited. Damn. A white female lizard man was actually acting coquettishly to a human-looking warrior. This female lizard man was quite slender. Perhaps in the eyes of the lizard men, she was indeed a rare beauty. But in the eyes of humans, it was not complimentary, other than the fact that the lizard men walked upright. They were almost completely different from humans. But then again, this was other people's freedom. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered. He had his own things to do. But this female lizard man, clearly wanted his white jade cat. How could he give it to her? This white jade cat was related to the success rate of his fusion with the beast god bloodline. If he gave it to someone else, what would happen? Moreover, after spending a long time with this little guy, he had feelings for it. He was not the kind of person who would casually sell his friends to others. But this matter didn't seem to be so easy to solve. The man called Jinxiu beside the female lizard man looked to be in his 30s. He looked handsome and confident. He had the appearance of a young hero. Of course, what Ling Xiao paid attention to was not his appearance, but the powerful aura he released. Extraordinary, more outstanding than Wang Quan, Tian Ming, and Huang Jinlan, whom Ling Xiao had seen before. There were 3 other people sitting at the same table as this man, a pretty girl who looked to be in her 20s. But her strength was definitely more outstanding than most of the geniuses in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. With a pretty face and powerful strength, she was definitely more dazzling than the female lizard man. Next to the girl was a middle-aged man who exuded a dignified aura. His every movement exuded a domineering aura that looked down on everything. The last person was also a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was dressed in black and as cold as frost. He had been playing with a dagger in his hand. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that the dagger was not an ordinary item. He suddenly became vigilant. These people might not be warriors from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If they weren't, then where did they come from? He had a vague guess. In front of these 4 people, the female lizard man suddenly seemed a little tacky, although this female lizard man was not weak at all. But the aura of these 4 people was too strong. Any one of them was enough to become the center of attention. When the 4 of them appeared together, they completely became the main characters of the restaurant. The man called Jinxiu got up and walked toward Ling Xiao. The female lizard man held his arm. She looked like a little bird. End of chapter. Chapter 47-43. Brother, sell this kitten to me. The young man named Jinxiu looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. He didn't notice anything special about Ling Xiao. He heaved a sigh of relief. He was more cautious when he was outside, so he didn't want to offend people he couldn't afford to offend. This cautiousness allowed him to live longer. Ling Xiao raised his head slightly and looked at the 4 of them. The 3 martial artists who weren't over 40 years old could only be considered young in the 4 major regions. However, their cultivation had all exceeded the 2nd level of the divine body realm. Sure enough, as he had expected, the identities of these 4 people were probably not ordinary. I'm really sorry. This little thing is my good friend. I'm not selling it. Ling Xiao shook his head indifferently. He knew that the 4 of them weren't simple. After all, although the 4 of them tried their best to keep a low profile, they still naturally revealed a sense of arrogance. After all, they were very strong, especially the young man named Jinxiu. His strength had already reached the 5th level of the divine body realm, which was comparable to the 4 supreme kings. The other 3 were also at the 4th level of the divine body realm. Regardless of whether it was young Shuyi, Huang Jinyu, or Raymond, they were all older than them. Where did they come from? Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. He was here to complete the mission, not to cause trouble. He really didn't want to be enemies with these guys. No one from the Great Emperor Palace noticed anything unusual, although they found it strange that there were other humans in the crack. However, through the spirit mirror, they couldn't see the other party's strength. Unless Ling Xiao fought with the other party, they would be able to deduce something. Brother, how much is it? You can name your price. Whether it's spiritual stones, dharma treasures, or cultivation technique manuals, just name it. Even if you want a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon, it's not a problem. Young Master Jinxiu looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. He believed that no one in the 4 regions and 9 worlds could resist the temptation of a 9-dragon pattern Emperor weapon. This was because only a top-notch Emperor weapon was worthy of owning such a weapon. The martial artists in front of the spirit mirror were stunned. Where did this person come from? How could he casually exchange a 9-dragon patterned monarch weapon for a cat? They also thought that Ling Xiao would definitely choose to exchange for it. After all, it was an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Perhaps only those who truly understood Ling Xiao would understand that Ling Xiao did not care about the emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. When this person said this, Ling Xiao was even more certain that these 4 people were definitely not cultivators from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Could it be from the eternal desert? Ling Xiao frowned. This was not impossible. It was said that it was very difficult for martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds to enter the eternal desert, but martial artists from the eternal desert could come out. In the past, Ling Xiao was fortunate enough to meet 3 of them. You're quite generous, sir. However, I've already said that I'm not selling. Would your excellency sell your loved ones to a stranger? Ling Xiao's face gradually darkened. He had already said that the white jade cat was his friend, but the other party still wanted to buy it. This was clearly looking for trouble. What if I insist on buying it? Young Master Jin Xiu sneered. He, a 5th-level divine physique echelon cultivator, was willing to use an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns to exchange with a lizard man at the core-shattering realm. He was already giving the other party a lot of face. However, the other party did not seem to want any face at all. Kid, know your place. You can get a treasure that others yearn for even in their dreams. It's better not to be too stubborn. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. If you don't want the emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns, then what about the sage-grade cultivation technique? The middle-aged man spoke. He was the oldest among the 4 people, but he was just over 100 years old. In the restaurant, there were many lizard men drinking wine. They did not seem to want to meddle in other people's business and were just watching the show. It was obvious that they knew where these 4 people came from and how strong they were. Therefore, they looked at Ling Xiao with pity in their eyes. Ling Xiao glanced at the middle-aged man and smiled faintly. You should say this to your master. It's better not to be too stubborn when you're outside. Otherwise, if you offend someone you shouldn't offend, you'll know what a tragedy is. Bastard! The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. This ugly lizard man actually mocked his young master. He was courting death. As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, young Master Jin Xiu stopped him. After all, this was the lizardman's tribe. It would be very troublesome to kill a lizard man here. It just so happened that Ling Xiao was disguised as a lizard man. Kid, apologize immediately and hand over the kitten. If you do, I can pretend that I didn't hear anything. Young Master Jin Xiu's expression was extremely gloomy, and his voice became sharp. Since he came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, those who spoke to him in such a manner were all dead. He could not remember how many people he had killed. Ling Xiao smiled. I know you're from the eternal desert, but so what? Do you really think that you're invincible with your little strength? I'll give you a chance. Take your people and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you'll know how terrifying the 4 regions and 9 worlds are. Young Master Jin Xiu was stunned when he heard this. The other party had actually guessed his identity. Since he had guessed it and turned a blind eye to it, what did this mean? Could it be that this ordinary-looking lizard man was actually a hidden expert? Young master, this person is just bluffing. Don't be fooled by him. The middle-aged man reminded him. You're right. Young Master Jin Xiu smiled. Suddenly, he looked at the white female lizard man beside him and said, What will happen if I kill him? It doesn't matter. This is our tribe. My father has the final say. The female lizard man smiled. Good. That's all I need to hear. Uncle Jean, take care of him. Young Master Jin Xiu was too lazy to deal with such a bluffing person because he felt that it was unnecessary. The other party was not worth it. Understood. The middle-aged man obviously listened to young Master Jin Xiu. Big brother Jin Xiu, why go through so much trouble? It's just a disobedient lizard man. Just leave it to me. Just as the middle-aged man was about to make a move, the white female lizard man spoke. She was at the second level of the divine physique echelon. She was not weak. Therefore, she was very confident that she could kill this guy who overestimated himself. He dared to make the man she liked lose face. This was a capital offense. I advise you not to make a move. Otherwise, someone will die. Ling Xiao reminded her. Of course someone will die, because the one who will die will be you. The female lizard man sneered. If you obediently hand over the white jade cat, not only will you get a treasure, but you will also be able to make friends with a genius like Big Brother Jin Xiu. You will also be able to gain the favor of this princess. Unfortunately, your stubbornness has caused you to miss a great opportunity. I can only say that your life is really bad. The female lizard man said contemptuously as she approached Ling Xiao. She did not take Ling Xiao seriously, just like how the others did not take Ling Xiao seriously, but she held young Master Jin Xiu in high esteem. End of chapter. Chapter 47-44. As the daughter of the chief of this tribe, the female lizard was obsessed with young Master Jin Xiu like a fangirl. Given his character, he won't live for long. With your character, you'll only bring trouble to yourself. Why should I befriend him? Moreover, would I betray my friends just to befriend the rich and powerful? Such a person will only be despised by others. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "Looks like you really don't know what's good for you." The female lizard sneered, and a ferocious aura of a wild beast suddenly erupted from her body. Ling Xiao seemed to see a giant beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced toward him. Even martial artists of the same level would probably lose their fighting spirit due to fear if they encountered such a terrifying opponent. Ling Xiao also discovered that this white female lizard seemed to be very proficient in soul mystic arts. Her physical body was a natural material for casting spells. The soul mystic arts she cast would be 2 to 3 times stronger than those of ordinary martial artists. There were probably many martial artists who had died in the hands of this female lizard. Just as Ling Xiao was pondering, the illusory giant beast turned into a physical entity and pounced toward Ling Xiao. It was actually a giant python, formed by a mystic art. Ling Xiao was really curious. This female lizard princess was already so powerful. She actually held young Master Jin Xiu in such high regard. How strong was young Master Jin Xiu? After all, cultivation was only one aspect. For him, cultivation wasn't the only thing that mattered. Facing the female lizard's mystic art attack, Ling Xiao still didn't have any intention of standing up. He held the wine cup in one hand and used the chopsticks to pick up food with the other. At this moment, a black light shot out from his right heavenly demon eye. The black light transformed into a heavenly demon body. It actually tore the giant python to shreds. The female lizard was shocked and hurriedly retreated. However, her soul was still injured. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. This guy actually knew soul mystic arts and was so powerful. The female lizard was shocked. Young Master Jin Xiu, who had returned to his original position, was also shocked. He originally thought that Ling Xiao was bluffing and that the female lizard could kill him instantly if she attacked. After all, the female lizard was at the second level of the divine physique echelon, and she was extremely proficient in Soul's secret techniques. In the end, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he was also injured. What kind of strange situation was this? I will kill you. The female lizard was the princess of this tribe. Now, she was actually injured in front of the man she admired. How could she give up? I advise you to stop. As a fellow lizard man, I don't want to kill the princess of a tribe. But if you dare to attack again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xiao shot a cold look at the female lizard. He hated stubborn people. He had already shown mercy and didn't want to cause too much trouble. But the other party didn't seem to appreciate it. You dare to threaten me? The female lizard was about to explode. Once again, he gathered his soul power. An even larger python condensed and pounced towards Ling Xiao in a frenzy. The powerful soul power caused many lizard men in the restaurant to kneel on the ground, trembling. He was terrified of the princess's terrifying strength. Ling Xiao's face gradually turned cold. You asked for it. Don't blame me. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold, and a black lotus appeared on top of his head. A demonic Buddha sat on top of the lotus. Kill. The demonic Buddha blasted out a palm. In an instant, the python that was 10 times stronger was torn apart again. Not only that, the palm continued forward and blasted into the female lizard's spirit realm. The female lizard held her head and screamed miserably. Her entire spirit realm had been shattered. Her soul was collapsing. She would really die in less than 10 seconds. Save her, young Master Jin Xiu said to the woman beside him, and then looked at Ling Xiao. What a vicious method. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. But no matter who it is, the 4 of us can kill you in one move. Ling Xiao was still sitting there. He didn't even look at the female lizard. He just smiled and said, Your cultivation is much higher than mine. I admit that I'm not your opponent now. But if you want to kill me, 100 of you won't be enough. As for the 3 of them, it's even more impossible. Young master, I'll kill him. The middle-aged man stood up, and the aura of a 4th-level divine physique echelon erupted. The violent aura blew the surrounding tables and chairs into pieces, and the whole restaurant was falling apart. All right, Uncle Zhong, you do it. Cut his tongue first, then kill him. I don't like listening to him talk. Young Master Jin Xiu sneered, as if Ling Xiao would definitely die if Uncle Zhong made a move. After giving the order, he didn't look at young Master Jin Xiu anymore. Instead, he went to the female lizard's side. He asked the woman who came with him, How is she? Can she be saved? Her spirit realm is almost destroyed, so we can only use that treasure. Only we can save her. If it were anyone else in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they wouldn't be able to save her. The woman replied, It's good that she can be saved. Young Master Jin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. He came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds with a mission. Forming an alliance with the lizardmen was the first step. If the female lizard died, his plan would definitely be thwarted. That wouldn't be good. At this moment, he looked at the battle on the other side. The middle-aged man floated in midair, and a terrifying aura pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't breathe under the pressure. He's really trash. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was a little worried before he attacked. After all, this kid was too strange. He was clearly in the 9th level of the core fragmentation stage, but he was able to severely injure a 2nd-level divine physique echelon martial artist with a secret soul technique. Ling Xiao sneered and instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. At the same time, he activated the child god's blood demon array. The 2nd level of the bloody demonic rat was also activated. He also used the Sky Tyrant's possession. It was impossible for him to win against a fourth-level divine physique echelon martial artist with his original body. He didn't want to expose his trump card in the soul mirror. Therefore, he didn't want to use the body of 3 supremes for the time being. He took out the Void God sword. He planned to use the advantage of his Dharma treasure to fight with his opponent for a while before leaving. It didn't matter if he lost against a fourth-level divine physique echelon martial artist, as long as he didn't die. The violent aura instantly overturned the entire restaurant. Countless drinkers ran out one after another. However, they didn't run far. They stayed there and watched the changes. They couldn't miss such an exciting battle. The Great Emperor Palace was also very lively. Idiot, you're facing a fourth-level divine physique echelon martial artist, and you're still not running? You're courting death. The Thunder King scolded. It was unwise to offend the Lizard Princess. You could have turned into a lizard man to steal the spiritual totem, but you chose to do something so strenuous and unrewarding. The Punishment King said, "So, according to the Punishment King, you're going to hand your friends over? No wonder people say that the Punishment King is heartless. It's true." The Fire King mocked. "All right, let's stop arguing. What we should be thinking about now is, are these 4 people really from the eternal desert? What are they here for?" The Flower King thought further. End of chapter. Chapter 47-45. No matter what the reason is, I can tell that young Master Jin Xiu is up to no good just by looking at his idiotic appearance. The Flame Emperor said disdainfully, "Let's remind the others to be careful of this unexpected change." The Great Emperor Palace fell silent. No one expected such a special situation to occur in the Golden Sovereign King selection battle. All right, you guys continue watching. I'm going to report this to the Sovereign. This isn't a small matter. The Flower Emperor left first. The rest of the people were still watching the situation through the soul mirror. On the other hand, the performance of the others was temporarily ignored. Your cultivation should be at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon, right? You're not weak, but you're not worth mentioning in front of us. The middle-aged man, Uncle Jean, sneered. In the next moment, a blood-red whirlpool appeared behind him. This should be his martial soul. The blood-red whirlpool emitted a thick smell of blood. It made people feel uncomfortable. The blood-red whirlpool continued to expand. People were surprised to find that anything that came into contact with the whirlpool would be turned into blood and merged with the whirlpool. The whirlpool became bigger and bigger, and the pressure became more and more terrifying. The lizard men in the distance felt an immense pressure. Ling Xiao had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying blood-red whirlpool. Even the flow of his blood seemed to have slowed down. Even the bloodthirsty plague that had always been effective was devoured by the blood-red whirlpool today. This was something that Ling Xiao didn't expect. A 4th-level divine physique echelon martial artist was too strong. He couldn't defeat Bailey Shuwu back then. He wasn't a match for this fellow now. After all, his current limit was the 3rd-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Even then, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Looking at your shocked expression, I know that you haven't seen such a terrifying martial soul before. The 4 regions and 9 worlds aren't that big. It's understandable that the martial souls you've seen are limited. Moreover, how can a lizard man like you understand the power of a martial soul? I've given you countless chances before, but you didn't know how to cherish them. Since that's the case, you should prepare to die. The violent blood-red whirlpool continued to expand and gradually approached Ling Xiao. The surrounding people were afraid that they would be implicated, so they desperately fled further away. These lizard men weren't weak, but they had never seen such a terrifying martial soul. Uncle Jean, how can that ant understand your words? Just attack. Young Master Jin Xiu waved his hand impatiently. Yes. Uncle Zhong nodded and activated his divine essence. The blood-red whirlpool rushed towards Ling Xiao like a giant beast that could swallow the sky. Ling Xiao didn't dare to take it head-on. He used the golden light spell to avoid the attack. He appeared in the distance. His Tai Chi eye was not to be trifled with. Naturally, he could see that his physical body was unable to withstand this terrifying attack. He had no choice but to dodge. However, even if he didn't take the attack head-on, the threat that his opponent posed to him was still enormous. This caused the potential in his body to erupt once again. In just an instant, the energy in his cultivation C rose from nothing to 10% of the 9th stage of the core shattering realm. After the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm was the half-step divine body realm. When he reached that stage, Ling Xiao would be able to possess his own divine essence. The quality of his divine essence was already extremely close to other people's divine essence. It was still unknown how strong his divine essence was. However, it was definitely much stronger than other people's. He could run away, but he couldn't bear to. Young Master Jin Xiu. Just as Uncle Zhong was about to attack Ling Xiao again, an unexpected person appeared. Yu Chun. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. Yu Chun was taken away by the Death Spirit Emperor. Today, not only did Yu Chen's strength increase greatly, but her body also emitted a dense aura of death. Behind Yu Chen was a group of lizard men. The leader was the father of the female lizard man, just now the chief of this tribe. There were a total of 13 lizard men tribes, 6 great tribes, 7 mid-sized tribes. There were also countless villages. The tribe that Ling Xiao came to today was actually one of the 7 mid-sized tribes. The chief of this tribe was only at the 3rd stage of the divine body realm. Young Master Jin Xiu looked at Yu Chun and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to come personally. It seems like the lotus flower thinks highly of you." Yu Chun shook her head and said, "I'm just the most useless disciple of the emperor. This kid is just a nobody. There's no need to trouble young master and the rest. Just leave him to the chief of the Giant Hammer tribe. After all, he hurt the chief's daughter." As she spoke, the experts of the Giant Hammer tribe had already surrounded Ling Xiao. "Fine." Young Master Jin Xiu glanced at Uncle Zhong and said, "Come back." Yes. The man surnamed Zhong instantly absorbed the terrifying blood-red vortex into his body. The terrifying pressure disappeared, just like that. Many spectators heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Jin Xiu looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Lizardman kid, you're lucky. This young master has important matters to attend to. However, with your strength, it's impossible for you to escape the attack of the Giant Hammer tribe. Chief of the Giant Hammer tribe, we've already rescued your daughter. As for this enemy, it's up to you whether you want to kill him or capture him. Let's go." "Young master, don't worry. We'll definitely tear this kid to pieces." The chief of the Giant Hammer tribe was an incomparably powerful lizard man. He was 5 meters tall. He carried a pair of giant hammers on his huge body. This guy obviously had a storage ring, but he carried the giant hammers on his back. He probably wanted to show off how powerful he was. Lowly ant, if you get to know this young master, you'll naturally benefit in the future. Unfortunately, your stupidity caused you to make a big mistake. This mistake can never be made up for. Perhaps you can only end it with death. Young Master Jin Xiu sneered at Ling Xiao and stepped into the air with Yu Chun. In his eyes, Ling Xiao's death was only delayed by a little. A mantis trying to stop a chariot was extremely laughable. After young Master Jin Xiu left, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. This lowly, Guy actually made an enemy of the giant hammer tribe's chief's friend. Now that he was surrounded by the experts of the giant hammer tribe, he probably had no chance of survival. What a guy who's courting death. That's right. However, I heard that the chiefs of the 6 major tribes are preparing to join forces with the 9 major forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds to hold a summit here to suppress the Golden Sky region. Wasn't it said to be in the chaotic sand ocean? Someone asked. Idiot, that's just a feint. Although the chaotic sand ocean is a neutral zone, the beast-deity union there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, their young chief is friends with Ling Xiao from the Golden Sky region. Our damp land is the best location for the summit. The people of the Golden City thought that there was only one great rift, but they didn't know that there were a total of 3 rifts. The other 2 rifts are in the Eternal Emperor region and the 9 Underworld's Devil region. I don't think I can say this. Please don't spread it. Mobile version update website. Chapter 47-46. No, only the heavens, the earth, you and I will know. The 2 lizard men spoke very softly. Perhaps the people outside the soul mirror couldn't hear them at all. However, Ling Xiao heard them loud and clear. A summit to suppress the Golden Sky region, the 6 major tribes, and the 9 major forces? What the hell? Why did it feel like there was a conspiracy? Unfortunately, he couldn't contact the Golden City at the moment, unless the judges there contacted him. Just as he was thinking about this, the lizardmen warriors from the giant hammer tribe started to attack. They tried to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at them indifferently. The strongest person in the giant hammer tribe wasn't the chief. It was a lizard man who carried a sword on his back and looked very similar to him. His strength had already reached the 4th level of the divine body realm. Ling Xiao didn't want to expose his trump card, but he didn't want to be caught either. Therefore, he used the holy ground demonic shadow and went directly into the giant hammer tribe. He was looking for the spiritual totem. This was the key point of the assessment. Moreover, it wasn't the judges who gave the points, but extra points. The Dizun D probably predicted that someone would abuse his power, so he proposed this extra point project. With these projects, Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about being cheated. Kid, don't run. The chief roared and chased after him. A lowly and unfamiliar guy actually wanted to escape from the warriors of the giant hammer tribe. What a fool's dream. Unfortunately, they had a headache in the next moment. Ling Xiao's movement technique was too strange and too fast. They thought that their speed wasn't slow. At least, they were much faster than humans of the same cultivation level. However, they could only watch as Ling Xiao disappeared from under their noses. Find him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find him. The chief roared. If Ling Xiao really escaped, not only would he lose face, but he also wouldn't be able to avenge his daughter. That definitely wouldn't do. Ling Xiao's cultivation level wasn't as high as the chief, and the swordsman who looked like the chief. However, his movement technique was a top-notch 10th level sacred level movement technique. Therefore, in terms of speed, he was not slower than the 2 of them. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the totem sacred land of the giant hammer tribe. This was where the spiritual totems were placed. The totem of the giant hammer tribe was a very large hammer. It could allow the warriors of the giant hammer tribe to be born with divine strength, speed up the increase in strength. Originally, the totem sacred land had always been guarded by experts, including that powerful swordsman. However, something special happened today. Several of the warriors were transferred away. It could be said that the guards were empty. Ling Xiao did not say a word and directly rushed inside. Stop! How dare you barge into the Holy Land? Suddenly, 2 lizardmen experts appeared in front of him and attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered. He held the Void God sword in one hand and the Crimson Blood Demon sword in the other. His left hand released the God-defying art's unification form. His right hand released the Beast God swallowing flash. Two beams of sword light shot out. By the time the two lizard men realized how terrifying the sword light was, it was already too late. They had nowhere to run. TSK! TSK! The sound of two sword lights piercing through bodies was heard. The two powerhouses fell to the ground at the same time. Even if they were not dead, they were definitely seriously injured and unconscious. Ling Xiao did not even look. He rushed straight for the spiritual totem. The giant hammer totem was protected by an array formation, which meant that the lizardman's array formation technology was not bad. However, compared to Ling Xiao's master, the Yuan Venerate, it was far inferior. The Yuan Venerate had only used 3 seconds to break this array formation. Ling Xiao took the totem and placed it in the Dongsheng Emperor ring. He was about to leave when a group of martialists suddenly surged out. These guys were not lizardmen, but human martialists. Their appearances were too unique, so Ling Xiao recognized them at a glance. These guys were actually martialists from the Thunder Astral Boundary. Their strength was not bad either. Everyone catch that guy! He stole our totem. On the ground, a seriously injured lizard man shouted at the martialists from the Thunder Astral Boundary. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Ling Xiao sneered and immediately took out the giant hammer totem. A huge iron hammer appeared in the void and smashed down fiercely. This hammer smashed more than a dozen martialists from the Thunder Astral Boundary. They had originally wanted to deal with Ling Xiao, but unfortunately, their reaction was not as fast as Ling Xiao's. Everyone, be careful. This guy stole the giant hammer totem. He is very powerful. According to Ling Xiao's feeling, the giant hammer totem was equivalent to a 7 dragon inscriptions monarch weapon. Its power was very fierce. He reckoned that the totems of the 6 great tribes would be even stronger. Perhaps it was an 8 dragon emperor weapon or even a 9 dragon emperor weapon. After all, the tribal chiefs of the 6 great tribes were as strong as most of the rulers of the 4 regions and 9 realms. Clearly, the martialists from the Thunder Astral Boundary also knew how powerful the giant hammer totem was. They became very cautious. They only blocked Ling Xiao from afar, but did not attack rashly. Otherwise, they would be like those pitiful fellows who had been smashed to death. Why are you so careful? Is it useful? I don't only have the giant hammer totem. Ling Xiao sneered. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, he directly released the Dragon God Frost formation. Then, he added the Ocean God Underworld formation. The two formations overlapped. There were only about 50 people on the other side, but more than half of them were killed in the end. The rest were all martialists around the 2nd level of the Divine Body realm. Perhaps they were from the upper reaches of the Thunder Astral Boundary. After all, even in the Golden City, the Punishment Commander was only at the 2nd level of the Divine Body realm. However, his position was very important. At this moment, the Giant Hammer tribe also arrived. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, they almost went crazy. Kill him, no matter the cost. The Giant Hammer tribe chief roared in the crowd. However, in the next moment, he went silent. Ling Xiao pointed his finger, and the finger force that transcended the void directly penetrated the Giant Hammer tribe chief's skull. Although this guy did not die, he fainted. You want to play? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure turned into a demonic shadow and began to shuttle through the crowd. Everywhere he went, the Void God's sword would be stained with a few drops of blood. Ling Xiao only left after killing until the other party did not dare to make a move. He did not intend to kill all those people in the first place, but they were unwilling to let him go, so he only wanted to show his strength. He came to a place where there was no one. Ling Xiao stopped and organized his thoughts. A summit to suppress the Golden Sky region? No matter what it was, he had to go and take a look. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. Then he looked at the sky. Fire Emperor, send me a private message. There's something important. He did not directly say what he heard because he knew that the Punishment King was a traitor. If he said it, the Punishment King would definitely inform someone. Things would become more troublesome and out of control. A moment later, the Fire Emperor sent a message. Ling Xiao told him in detail and asked him to report directly to the D-Zone. No one else was to tell. It was not that he did not trust some people, but he was afraid that the news would leak. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. What do you plan to do? The Fire Emperor asked in the end. Do you still need to ask? Of course, I'm going to their summit to have some fun. It's in the damp land, anyway. Ling Xiao said with a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 4747. Ling Xiao. You're Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was talking to Fire Emperor, a few figures suddenly appeared. They were martial artists from the Thunder Astral Boundary. F*CK. I don't want to kill anyone, but you guys are forcing me to silence them. Ling Xiao ended the call and pounced on the three figures. When the three realized it was Ling Xiao, they turned around and fled. But in front of Ling Xiao, could they escape? Nightmare moment. A terrifying nightmare of hell appeared behind Ling Xiao, and the three of them felt dizzy. They immediately fell asleep and fell from the sky. Ling Xiao struck with both swords. He killed two of them at the same time. The third person had already woken up from his coma. It seemed that there was some special method. Otherwise, he would definitely be unconscious for 30 seconds. It wasn't time yet. The moment the man woke up, he fled frantically. He displayed his movement technique and was like a whirlwind. Since you're here, don't leave. A cold voice suddenly came from behind the martial artist. The martial artist trembled all over. He had already used all his strength and used all his spirit energy to escape, but he still couldn't escape. Just die obediently. I'll give you a quick death. As the voice sounded, the man felt the space around him begin to distort and deform, and his body also began to distort and deform. At that moment, he was horrified. When he wanted to fight back, it was already too late. Bang! The space shattered, and his body directly exploded. All three of them were killed. Ling Xiao changed his location again. He changed his appearance again to avoid being recognized again. Fire Emperor, I'm going to the summit to play. You immediately report this to D-Zone. After speaking, Ling Xiao ended the call. After all, he was talking through soul power. The longer it took, the greater the consumption. It was a headache. Through the conversation with Fire Emperor, he also knew what this so-called fire beacon meant. It turned out that the Abyss Demon Realm, Thunder Astral Boundary, Storm Astral Boundary, and Raging Flame Astral Boundary were still unwilling to let him go. They joined forces with the other 6 forces in an attempt to destroy the Golden Heavens. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Ling Xiao immediately thought of this possibility. He believed that with the strength of those 4 forces, they would not dare to provoke the golden skies. Since they dared to do this, there must be someone secretly controlling them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 9 great forces and the 6 great tribes to gather together. After all, after the Golden Sky region destroyed the Deep Sea Dragon region, everyone knew how powerful the Golden Sky region was. Fortunately, the Eternal Emperor region didn't participate in this matter. Otherwise, the Golden Sky region would really be finished. Even so, the 9 major forces and the 6 major clans were enough to make the Golden Heavens pay an extremely heavy price. They might even be destroyed. The Golden Sky region had done him a favor, so he had to repay it. Therefore, even if he couldn't complete the mission, he still had to go to the summit to take a look. If possible, he had to ruin the whole thing. The summit would be held in the ancient imperial city of the Damp Lands. The ancient imperial city used to be the Lizardmen's imperial city. Later on, when the Lizardmen Empire was destroyed, the ancient imperial city became an ownerless land that was jointly managed by the 6 great tribes. It was naturally the best place to hold the summit. The closer he got to the ancient imperial city, Ling Xiao realized that there were more and more martial artists of all kinds. Apart from the Lizardmen, there were also martial artists from the 9 great forces. There were really countless experts. To Ling Xiao, this place was like a wolf's den. However, even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he still had to take a look. Otherwise, even if he obtained the Golden Sovereign's position, the Golden City would probably be destroyed soon. There was no meaning to this position. There were a total of 15 major forces, including the 9th Underworld Devil region, the Raging Flame Astral region, the Thunder Astral region, and the Tempest Astral region. There were also countless small forces that had arrived at the ancient imperial city. Among them, there were simply too many divine physique realm martial artists. If Huang Jindi wasn't included, the overall strength of this group of people had already far surpassed the Golden City. At the Thunder Astral region's encampment in the ancient imperial city, the Thunder Star Lord was chatting happily with a young man. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize this young man as young Master Jin Xiu. Looking at the Thunder Star Lord's attitude towards young Master Jin Xiu, he knew that this young man wasn't simple. How has your master been all these years? The Thunder Star Lord asked carefully. My master has just made a breakthrough recently, and his cultivation has improved even more. However, as he needs to go into seclusion to consolidate his cultivation, he didn't come. The Star Lord's demeanor hasn't changed at all. Young Master Jin Xiu replied indifferently. Not only did this person look down on Ling Xiao, but he also seemed to be disdainful of the Thunder Star Lord. This could only mean one thing. Young Master Jin Xiu's background was too powerful. He could even look down on the Thunder Star Lord. Young Master, you flatter me, the Thunder Star Lord said with a smile. He didn't feel that he was being looked down upon at all. It was as if the other party's arrogance was normal. If not, it would be abnormal instead. Many martial artists in the Thunder Astral Boundary didn't know this young Master Jin Xiu. Therefore, when they saw their Star Lord speaking so humbly to this person, they were infuriated. At the same time, they were also very shocked. Who was this person that could make their Star Lord be so respectful to him? Star Lord, have you seen the others? Young Master Jin Xiu suddenly asked. What do you mean, young master? The Thunder Star Lord was a little puzzled. It seems like you haven't seen them. Young Master Jin Xiu smiled and said, we aren't the only ones who came from our place. There are also many young talents who came to gain experience. On one hand, it's to investigate the lotus flower. On the other hand, it's to broaden our knowledge. Also, the space-time cloister in the world of souls seems to have been destroyed by someone. We all want to see who did it. And whose hands did the Void God Sword fall into? There are actually other young talents. Are they all young Master's friends? The Thunder Star Lord sighed, inwardly. The 4 regions and 9 realms couldn't be peaceful anymore. This group of bastards came. Not only were they all arrogant, but they were also very powerful. The geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 realms were nothing in their eyes. Some are, some aren't, and some are even enemies. Young Master Jin Xiu said indifferently, with young Master strength, There's no need to be afraid of others. Moreover, young master is already so powerful. What is the reverse god sword? Why did you come to the 4 regions and 9 realms personally? The Thunder Star Lord knew that Ling Xiao had many treasures and knew that Ling Xiao used a sword. However, he didn't know if it was the reverse god sword. In short, it's a treasure that makes people crazy. Even if it's in our place, it will also be a good thing that people will fight for. Young Master Jin Xiu didn't elaborate, probably because he didn't want to reveal too much information. The Thunder Star Lord sighed inwardly. The affairs of the 4 regions and 9 realms were already complicated enough. In this way, things would become even more treacherous. He didn't know if he had made the right choice. Just as he was about to say something, a disciple of the Thunder Astral Boundary suddenly ran in a panic. Star-Lord, something bad has happened. Why are you in such a panic? What can be more important than the summit? Speak slowly. Chapter 47-48. The Thunder Star Lord felt that his subordinate had embarrassed himself in front of young Master Jin Xiu, so he reprimanded him. Star-Lord, the 50 men we sent to the Giant Hammer tribe were all killed. What? This time, even the Thunder Star Lord couldn't sit still. Although the 50 men weren't the best in the Thunder Astral Boundary, many of them were at the 1st and 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon. It was a pity that they died. It was definitely a great loss to the Thunder Astral Boundary. The Giant Hammer tribe did it. His gaze was murderous. No, the Giant Hammer tribe also suffered a great loss. Hundreds of warriors died. That man smiled bitterly. Then who is it? The Thunder Star Lord roared. It's an unknown lizard man martial artist. That man replied. Could it be him? Young Master Jin Xiu frowned. Does young master know the details? The Thunder Star Lord asked doubtfully. Young Master Jin Xiu briefly explained the situation. The Thunder Star Lord said angrily, How dare he not give you what you want? Don't worry. I will send stronger martial artists to kill him. I will definitely get that white jade cat for you. No need. Young Master Jin Xiu shook his head and said, I suddenly feel that this person is quite interesting. I want to kill him. He actually managed to escape from the siege of the Giant Hammer tribe and the Thunder Astral Boundary martial artists. He even killed so many experts. His strength isn't ordinary. When young Master Jin Xiu said this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He might not care about Ling Xiao, but he was someone who cared about his reputation. How could he not be angry after being made a fool of? At the same time, Ling Xiao, who made young Master Jin Xiu gnash his teeth, had already entered the ancient imperial city. It wasn't easy to find the ancient imperial city. However, because of the summit, many people gathered here. Therefore, it was very easy for Ling Xiao to find the ancient imperial city. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the ancient imperial city, he discovered something. The ancient imperial city was sealed by a powerful array. The soul mirror imprint was completely isolated. In other words, whatever he did in the ancient imperial city wouldn't be seen by the judges of the Great Emperor Palace. What he had done might not be included in the evaluation. Even so, he still intended to continue. He didn't do all this to get a high score. He truly didn't want the Golden Sky region to be destroyed. Moreover, the fact that the Soul Mirror's observation had been blocked might not be a bad thing. This was because he could use the power of the 3 Venerables again. This would make things easier for him. After entering the ancient imperial city, Ling Xiao disguised himself as a martial artist from the 9 underworlds. Outside, he had killed a martial practitioner from the demon realm of the 9th Hell Abyss and carefully copied his martial techniques, appearance, and personality. He looked like a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist from the 9 underworlds. His strength was neither too weak nor too strong. In short, he was the kind of person who wouldn't attract too much attention. Upon entering the ancient imperial city, Ling Xiao heard a lot of discussions about the City of Gold, which was his name. It seemed that many people believed that he had a treasure on him. This was also the source of the crisis in the Golden Heavens domain. From their discussion, it was clear that 4 of the 5 people who had entered the Great Rift had been targeted. He was the only one who had avoided the surveillance because he had changed into a lizard man's appearance. No one would have thought that he, the source of evil, would actually come to the ancient imperial city, to the center of this storm. One must know that the most fundamental reason why the 9 major forces and the 6 major tribes had joined forces was still him. The Golden Heavens domain was just a bonus. No one else was as bold as him. The ancient imperial city was very big, but there were even more martial artists here. Therefore, the ancient imperial city, which wasn't very bustling in the past, was packed with people these days. Although they were all here to participate in the summit, it was common for martial artists to fight over a disagreement, for choosing a room in a restaurant for whose food would be served first. And sometimes the reason for a fight was just because someone took an extra look at another person. Ling Xiao asked around and found out that the summit would officially start the day after tomorrow. This meant that he had 2 days to make some preparations. Master, you'll have to take action again. Ling Xiao looked at the fierce-looking martial artists, and a cruel killing intent arose in his heart. He could imagine what it would be like if all these people attacked the Golden City together. At that time, the 3,000 sacred cities would probably be razed to the ground. Therefore, he had to do something. Just tell me what you need me to do. The Yuan Venerate had been very happy these days because Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved quickly enough. This meant that he could return to the immortal Lyceum sooner. I've observed the situation in the ancient imperial city. There are so many people here, so a small fry like me definitely won't be able to cause much trouble. However, if you set up a killing array in the ancient imperial city, Master, at the very least, you'll be able to kill a lot of people, right? Ling Xiao said faintly, "You're ruthless, kid, but I like it. Other people might not be able to do this, but I can." The Yuan Venerate said confidently, setting up a killing array in the ancient imperial city was extremely difficult for others. Although the ancient imperial city wasn't as big as the Golden City, it was still very large. It was simply impossible to set up such a large array in a short period of time. Furthermore, the ancient imperial city had been heavily guarded over the past few days. To be honest, setting up a killing array under such circumstances was a rather difficult task. However, the Yuan Venerate could do it. This was because he came from the immortal Lyceum and was an array master that even kings of sovereigns were wary of. Master, you're still the best. I really haven't reached that level yet. Ling Xiao chuckled. Stop flattering me. Hurry up and do it. This might consume a lot of spirit stones. You might even have to give me a few of your 9 dragon-patterned emperor weapons. If you want the power of this killing array to be strong enough to crush these people's schemes, you'll have to do it. You have to bear the cost. The Yuan Venerate said, "No problem. I'll provide the items." Ling Xiao nodded. As long as he could protect the Golden Sky domain, he would be able to obtain a 10-dragon-patterned emperor weapon. The value of a 10-dragon-patterned emperor weapon exceeded 10 9-dragon-patterned emperor weapons. He definitely wouldn't lose out. Furthermore, although the judges didn't know what he was doing, the D-Venerate would definitely know. This way, the D-Venerate would only trust him more. When the time came, would he still have to worry about not getting any benefits? All right, it's easy as long as you have the items. There's a secret passage under the ancient imperial city. Let's set up the array in the secret passage. Not only will it be harder to detect, but its power will also be more terrifying. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Ling Xiao had already used his Taiji eye to observe it. There was basically an underground city under the ancient imperial city. The Lizardman royalty had probably been worried that they would be surrounded and killed, so they had set up these secret passages. Now that the secret passage had been sealed, it was simply impossible for ordinary people to discover it. If it weren't for the Taiji eye, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to detect it so easily. Without further ado, the two of them headed towards the nearest entrance. There's someone here. When they were near the entrance, they suddenly saw a few young martialists. Chapter 47-49. These martialists wore strange black battle robes, embroidered with the sun and moon. They were definitely not martialists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They were young, but all of them were very strong. One of them, like young Master Jin Xiu, exuded a natural air of arrogance. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to observe his cultivation, but he couldn't see it clearly. He could only confirm that the other party's cultivation was definitely above the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. He was comparable to young Master Jin Xiu. None of the martialists with him were lower than the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. Could this group of people be from the eternal desert like young Master Jin Xiu? Twin martial souls. After those people left, Ling Xiao frowned. The strongest youth obviously had 2 martial souls in his body. One was as hot as the sun. The other was as cold as the moon. Ling Xiao had met many martialists over the years, but it was extremely rare to meet someone with twin martial souls, especially when he actually had 2 celestial martial souls. It was really frightening. Celestial martial souls had a strong innate advantage. 1 martial soul was enough to crush a group of heroes. If the sun and moon martial souls existed, it was even more terrifying. All right, we can start now, Yuan Venerate said. The Yuan Venerate replied, let your external embodiment do some manual labor for me. It's best if there are people in all 4 directions at the same time. This way, we can ensure that we won't be discovered. There's no need to use them. The undead warriors are enough. Ling Xiao's undead warriors could revive 6 people at a time. However, it didn't mean that the total number could only be 6. They could be revived after a certain period of time. Given Ling Xiao's current ability, he could revive a total of 12 people. In other words, other than the 6 undead warriors who were carrying out missions in the 3,000 sacred cities. Ling Xiao had previously revived 6 undead warriors. The revived undead warriors had reached the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. They were almost as strong as Ling Xiao's 3 venerates. Of course, it was also true that the undead warriors couldn't be compared to the 3 venerates. After all, they were brainless undead warriors. He sent out 6 undead warriors. 4 of them followed the Yuan Venerate to set up the array. The other 2 hid nearby to observe the situation just in case. According to the Yuan Venerate, it would take at least a day to complete the array formation. Therefore, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to stay here and wait. Sending the undead warriors to guard this place was the best choice. He planned to take a look around at this time. In any case, with his current identity, no one would be able to recognize him. They returned to the center of the city. Ling Xiao was thinking about where to go. Suddenly, he saw a few familiar faces. Young Master Jin Xiu and his 3 attendants. Young Master Jin Xiu and the other 3 were accompanied by many lizardmen and martial artists from the Thunder Astral Boundary. The tribal chief and the swordsmen of the Giant Hammer tribe were also present. As expected of a martial artist from the Eternal Desert, there are actually people trying to curry favor with him. Ling Xiao sneered. Since the Thunder Astral Boundary was trying to destroy the Golden Sky region, They were enemies. The giant hammer tribe had already become his mortal enemy. Finally, young Master Jin Xiu was already on his death list. It didn't matter if he was some boolsh *T young master. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to pay a corresponding price. Interestingly, young Master Jin Xiu wasn't the only powerful young man present. This fellow seemed to have met his match. There were 3 people standing opposite young Master Jin Xiu. One of them was a young man dressed in green. He carried 2 swords on his back. He was obviously a swordsman. However, at this level, almost everyone had a storage ring, but this person carried 2 swords on his back. He was obviously very satisfied with his identity. Swordsmen were sharp and courageous no matter where they went. They were like unsheathed, peerless weapons that made the people around them tremble in fear. This person's cultivation was similar to young Master Jin Xiu's. They were both at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Although they couldn't be compared to the 4 supreme martial artists, they were still on the same level. Apart from them, there seemed to be other martial artists watching the battle nearby. They were also very young. They were also very powerful. One of them, in particular, was wearing a golden python robe and exuding an extremely domineering aura. He was like an emperor. However, he was only in his 30s. He seemed to be even stronger than young Master Jin Xiu and the swordsman with 2 swords. There was also a woman beside this person who looked like a fairy. She was even as beautiful as Yufeng Hua. Her white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Her cultivation was probably at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. Although she wasn't as strong as young Master Jin Xiu and the swordsman with 2 swords, she was definitely considered extremely powerful in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao hadn't been so excited in a long time. This was because he was basically invincible among the younger generation of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Now, he was dealing with some old guys. It was too boring. Only these geniuses could make him more excited. To put it bluntly, the young martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were simply too weak in front of these people. What are these people doing here? Ling Xiao was a little confused. This was obviously an abandoned house. Moreover, it seemed that these people were here for this place. Could it be that this abandoned house actually has some kind of treasure? He couldn't help but think. He planned to observe carefully. At this moment, young Master Jin Xiu glanced over and seemed to be a little confused. This was because he felt a familiar aura from Ling Xiao. However, he couldn't confirm it. He was obviously a lizard man before, but now he was a human. There was also a big difference in their auras. He probably saw wrongly. Young Master Jin Xiu shook his head. He thought that it didn't matter even if he didn't see wrongly. He was just a piece of trash, so he didn't care at all. Even though Ling Xiao had killed many people from the Giant Hammer tribe and the Thunder Astral Boundary, in his eyes, he was just a tiny ant that he could kill at any time. Young Master Jin Xiu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Perhaps this is fate. The swordsman with 2 sneered and suddenly released a soaring sword intent, causing the martial artists of the Thunder Astral Boundary to tremble. This sword intent was too terrifying and sharp. He didn't draw his sword, but it seemed like he could kill them. Who is fate with you? Even if we do, it's an ill-fated relationship. Young Master Jin Xiu frowned. This guy in front of him was one of the few people he didn't want to meet the most. He didn't expect to meet him. Did you hear that? Young Master Jin Xiu doesn't like to see you. Hurry up and get lost. Among the martial artists of the Thunder Astral Boundary, a guy with a 3rd level divine physique echelon cultivation walked out. He was quite strong. Unfortunately, he didn't have Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye, so he couldn't see through the swordsman's cultivation at all. He actually wanted to attack. Get lost. I'm not interested in a weakling like you. The swordsman with two sneered. Yi Han, you're getting more and more arrogant. This is a king stage expert of the Thunder Astral Boundary. Don't go too far. Otherwise, if you anger the Thunder Astral Lord, you'll have to bear the consequences. Young Master Jin Xiu said, lightly. His words seemed to be persuading Yi Han, but there was a hint of provocation in his tone. It was as if Yi Han didn't attack because he was afraid of the Thunder Astral Boundary and was a coward. How sinister. End of chapter. Chapter 4750. Haha, you don't have to provoke me. I'm not interested in this kind of trash. Yi Han didn't even look at the martial artist from the Thunder Astral Boundary. He just stared at Master Jin Xiu and said, don't even think about avoiding today's battle. You're a snob. The martial artist from the Thunder Astral Boundary was furious. He had never been looked down upon like this. With a roar, he activated his divine origin and pounced on Yi Han. The violent aura made the surrounding lizardmen martial artists tremble with fear. After all, the lizardmen's overall strength was similar to that of the 4 regions and 9 realms. A 3rd-level divine physique echelon cultivator could be considered a high-level expert. Even so, Yi Han still didn't look at him until the martial artist from the Thunder Astral Boundary was 1 meter away from him. Suddenly, a sword light shot out from his body. It was as bright as the sun. The 3rd-level divine physique echelon expert from the Thunder Astral Boundary didn't even have time to scream before his glabella was pierced. What a powerful strength! Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eye captured this incredible scene. Yi Han didn't make a move at all. The sword light shot out from his body to attack the enemy. It was amazing. Logically speaking, no matter how strong a person's body was, it couldn't be as sharp as sword aura. He was actually able to release sword chi from his body. Just this point alone was incomparably terrifying. Although he didn't know where these people came from in the Eternal Desert, he could tell how terrifying the martial artists from the Eternal Desert were from their bodies. I didn't expect your gung metal sword aura to become stronger, but you can't beat me with this. Master Jin Xiu looked at Yi Han coldly. Haha, is that so? It's useless to say anything. Let's fight. Yi Han sneered. So what? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Master Jin Xiu sneered, and a blood-red vortex appeared behind him. This vortex was exactly the same as his subordinate, but it was obviously stronger. It seemed to be his family's martial soul. Of course, the gung metal sword aura isn't enough to deal with you, but my demon sword soul can. Yi Han snorted, and a gloomy black aura suddenly appeared behind him. The black smoke swirled around, and a pitch-black demonic sword phantom appeared. This was his martial soul, the demon sword soul. Just as the two of them were at daggers drawn, a figure suddenly appeared between them. A golden dragon appeared behind him, circling in the air. The dazzling golden light even suppressed the momentum of Yi Han and young Master Jin Xiu. Qin Huang, what are you doing? Young Master Jin Xiu and Yi Han asked in unison. Have the two of you forgotten your mission in the 4 regions and 9 worlds? If we allow that lotus flower to come back to life, I'm afraid all of us will be in trouble. This time, shouldn't we first put down our past grievances and unite? Qin Huang said calmly. Humph, if it were any other time, I would have killed you as well if you dared to stop me. But today, I will give you face. Young Master Jin Xiu coldly snorted and withdrew his spirit essence. He didn't attack again. Yi Han also seemed to be somewhat afraid of Qin Huang and did not continue to attack. Brother Qin's words make sense, but I'm afraid that some people don't want to cooperate at all. Yi Han glanced at young Master Jin Xiu. as if he didn't dare to compliment young Master Jin Shou's character. Goodbye. Yi Hantian knew that today's battle seemed to be impossible, so he took his people and left. Ling Xiao saw that there was no more fun to watch, so he walked toward the abandoned old house. He used the Tai Chi eye just now and found that there was something interesting in this abandoned old house. Stop. The moment he stepped into the abandoned old house, young Master Jin Shou's voice rang out. Ling Xiao frowned. Could it be that this fellow recognized him? Young master, may I know why you are looking for me? Ling Xiao stopped, turned around, and asked with a smile. Outsiders are not allowed to enter here. Get lost. Young Master Jin Shou said coldly. Obviously, after being stopped by Qin Huang, he was very unhappy in his heart. At this time, Ling Xiao bumped into the muzzle of the gun. However, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he wasn't recognized. Young Master Jin Shou, Yi Hantian was right about one thing. Your character is really bad. Why did you bully a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist? Moreover, he seems to be a martial artist from the 9 underworlds. He's also the force that we want to ally with this time. The girl beside Qin Huang frowned and said, Why is Fairy Qin so moved? You are actually pleading for a piece of trash? It was fine if Qin didn't speak, but the moment she spoke, young Master Jin Shou became even more unhappy. He had been pursuing Qin for a long time, and they were considered to be well matched in terms of social status. However, Qin had never treated him well. It was as if he was infected with a virus. Today, she was pleading for a piece of trash. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Huang frowned. Since he isn't, then it should be fine for me to kill him, right? In order to satisfy his perverted desire for revenge, young Master Jin Shou waved his hand at the middle-aged man and said, Uncle Zhong, kill that guy. Ling Xiao frowned. Is he crazy? Does he want to kill someone just like that? His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of coldness. He didn't want to kill anyone, but someone else wanted to kill him. Why should he be polite? Crazy! Ling Xiao scolded. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people revealed a stunned expression. Even the siblings, Qin Huang and Qin, were stunned. This guy is really daring. He even dared to provoke young Master Jin Shou and scold him directly. You really have the guts to say that. However, these few words will make you miserable. Not only will you die, but you will also be tortured to death. Uncle Zhong's voice was obviously cold. In the past, he had met people who scolded young Master Jin Shou, but those people all died tragically without exception, including Yi Hantian. He had no doubt that the young master would deal with that guy sooner or later. Why don't you dare to say it? He's just a piece of trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He can't afford to offend an expert, but he wants to bully a first-level divine physique echelon weakling like me. Your young master is really awe-inspiring. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. This guy's words seemed to make some sense. The 4 of you, regardless of your cultivation level, are much stronger than him. Killing him is really taking advantage of your power to bully others. If this matter spreads to us, I'm afraid even your splendid mountain villa will be implicated. Your reputation will be tarnished. Qin Huang said with a faint smile. Then what do you think I should do? Let him go. Do you think that's possible? Young Master Jin Shou said coldly. How you decide is your business. I'm just reminding you. Don't throw your whole family's reputation away because of your momentary pleasure. Qin Huang said indifferently, Young master, how about this? As long as this guy can survive one move from me, we will let him go. How about it? Uncle Zhong suddenly suggested, This will show that we are generous enough to give him a chance. Moreover, It will shut some people up and not affect the reputation of Splendid Mountain Villa. End of chapter. Chapter 47:51. That's a good suggestion. Uncle Jean will do as you say. If he can withstand one of your moves, we won't kill him. Young Master Jean Xiu sneered. He knew how powerful Uncle Jean was. As a fourth-level divine physique echelon martial artist, he could easily kill a third-level divine physique echelon martial artist with one move. Moreover, the guy in front of him was only a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Sigh, young Master Jean Xiu, you guys are really treating boredom as glory. You know that he's only a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. So why do you have to do this? You're making yourselves look bad, Qin Qin said with a sigh. Humph. Uncle Jean, what are you waiting for? Young Master Jean Xiu ignored Qin Qin, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. As for whether Ling Xiao would accept such a method, he didn't even bother to ask. He was just an ant. Fate was naturally decided by people like him. If he wasn't afraid of affecting the Splendid Mountain Villa, he would have asked Uncle Jean to kill this guy. Why would there be a one-move agreement? Buzz. Suddenly, Uncle Jean released a terrifying amount of divine origin. This time, he didn't use his martial soul. There was no need to deal with a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. The powerful divine origin condensed into a huge hand that covered the sky and grabbed at Ling Xiao. An extremely terrifying pressure was released, and Ling Xiao felt as if he was a little chick trembling under that giant hand. His body was about to be squashed by the terrifying power. Since the young master had already ordered him to kill, Uncle Jean wouldn't hesitate at all. Attack immediately. Ling Xiao felt his potential gushing out crazily. In a short period of time, his cultivation had reached 20%. However, the pressure was too terrifying. He couldn't bear it anymore. He had no choice but to release his sovereign physique. At that moment, he felt much better. How shameless! A fourth-level divine physique echelon martial artist actually used at least 80% of his power to deal with a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. How ridiculous! Qin Qin said coldly. Originally, the cultivation gap was so big, and this Uncle Jean had used almost all of his strength. This was really bullying. Poor kid. This unfamiliar kid is going to die. Shameless? Ridiculous. Qin Qin Fairy's words were truly lacking in standard. When you killed people, did you ever care about the strength of the people you killed? If he couldn't even withstand a single attack from Uncle Jean, then he deserved to die. There was no need for ants in this world. There are too many ants, and they will even snatch the spiritual qi resources. We should kill them all. Young Master Jean Xiu sneered. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Make your move. Although I don't know where you're from, but you are really too arrogant. Each and every one of them had their eyes on the top of their heads, as if they were already number one in the world. How sad. At this moment, Ling Xiao spoke. He looked at Uncle Jean and said, I'll take one of your moves. Take one of my moves as well. Life and death are predestined. Don't blame anyone else. Ha 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 ha. Do you really think you can still live? How naive. Uncle Jean laughed wildly and said, Kill. The giant hand that had been condensed for a long time finally fell. The terrifying pressure continued to press down on Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt as if the sky was falling down. The space seemed to be compressed and flattened. But in the face of this terrifying pressure, Ling Xiao stood there indifferently. He was very excited now. There were so many powerhouses in the world. What reason did he have not to crazily increase his strength? The stronger he was, the more worlds he could see. That way, he would be able to see more experts. Sooner or later, he would trample the most powerful king of sovereigns in the mystic world under his feet. In the face of the giant hand, Ling Xiao gently raised his right hand. A domineering emperor's qi condensed on his fist. Emperor's fist, shattering heaven and earth. He suddenly punched out, and the giant hand that covered the sky was instantly shattered. The originally dark heavens and earth suddenly became bright. Even Uncle Zhong's terrifying aura was torn apart inch by inch and completely disappeared. Young Master Jin Xiu was stunned when he saw this scene. This ant's punch actually broke the palm force condensed by Uncle Zhong with 80% of his strength. Could it be that he really misjudged today? The Qin siblings were also quite surprised. They thought that Ling Xiao would undoubtedly die after receiving Uncle Zhong's attack. Who would have thought that the result would be completely different? Ling Xiao actually shattered the giant hand that covered the sky unscathed. His body also emitted a horrifying emperor's qi, which was somewhat similar to Qin Huang's. I've taken your move. It's time for you to take my move. Ling Xiao did not give his opponent a chance to refuse. He directly punched out. At that moment, the surrounding time seemed to have stopped. Ling Xiao wanted to break through the cosmic light divine fist in battle. Therefore, he would use this move frequently in the future, until the cosmic light divine fist broke through to the third level. When the cosmic light divine fist was performed, Uncle Zhong was unable to resist at all. After all, Ling Xiao now had the emperor physique. His strength was terrifying, and coupled with the tyrant sky possession, it would be easy to kill Uncle Zhong in an instant. About 3 seconds later, people were surprised to find that Uncle Zhong's head was directly blown apart. He couldn't be more dead. Ling Xiao stood there with a sneer on his face. I said that no matter where you come from, you'd better not underestimate the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 realms. Otherwise, you'll be miserable. How did he do it? Qin looked at her brother in surprise and asked. At that moment, I seemed to see time stop. Although it was only a few seconds, it was enough for him to kill Uncle Zhong. Qin Huang was also quite surprised. Previously, he just looked down on young Master Jin Xiu's character and thought that Ling Xiao had said a few words. To be honest, he did not take Ling Xiao seriously. But it was different now. Ling Xiao's strength was already considered a top genius in their place. In addition to shock, young Master Jin Xiu was more angry. Uncle Zhong had been taking care of him since he was a child. But today he was killed. How could he not be angry? Anger was the easiest way to make a person lose their ability to think calmly. I'll kill you! With a furious roar, he charged towards Ling Xiao. The people of Jinxiu Villa are really shameless. Just now, they said that they would each attack the other party, and that their lives would be up to fate. Now, they actually went back on their words. How embarrassing! Qin Huang sneered. He killed Uncle Zhong, so he must die. Today, no one can stop me. Young Master Jin Xiu did not care about what Qin Huang said. He released an aura that was much more powerful than Uncle Zhong's. A blood-red vortex appeared behind him. In extreme anger, he was ready to go all out. Otherwise, if he could not kill this ant, it would be a joke. At that moment, the entire sky was dyed red. The violent blood-red storm surrounded Ling Xiao and was about to crush and tear Ling Xiao apart. Complete destruction. At the center of the blood-red storm, Ling Xiao felt a lot of pressure. He had already decided to use the Tao of Fusion. If he could fuse the 3 Tao of Fusion, he could even kill young Master Jin Xiu. End of chapter. Chapter 4752. Ling Xiao was about to use the Tao of Fusion. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt the crimson blood demon sword vibrating excitedly. Therefore, he changed his mind and took out the crimson blood demon sword. In that instant, the Crimson Blood Demon sword released a shocking killing intent. The bloody storm was actually shattered by this killing intent. In an instant, it disappeared. You're just SOSO. Ling Xiao revealed a mocking sneer. I don't believe that I can't kill a lowly ant like you. Young Master Jin Xiu was obviously angry. He released an even stronger divine energy, and the bloody storm became even more terrifying. It wreaked havoc on the long street. Many onlooking martial artists fled. If they were caught in the storm, they would lose a layer of skin, even if they didn't die. That guy is a little strange. Qin Huang suddenly said, Could he be a martial artist from where we came from? Qin asked, I'm not sure about that, but he's definitely not just at the first level of the divine physique echelon. Qin Huang shook his head and said, At this moment, young Master Jin Xiu's attack fell. Even an ordinary fifth-level divine physique echelon martial artist would be suppressed by the attack this time. Unfortunately, he didn't understand that the bloody storm had been destroyed by the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Perhaps it would be better for him to choose another move. This was a true one-track mind. He was hopeless. Beast God Sky swallowing flash. Ling Xiao held the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and released a blood-red sword light. The sword light pierced the center of the storm. The storm was torn apart like a balloon, exploding with a loud bang. The shock wave destroyed a large area of the buildings on both sides of the street. What? Young Master Jin Xiu's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. In fact, his face was twisted beyond recognition. He was a fifth-level divine physique echelon martial artist, but he couldn't take down a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. It was really annoying and embarrassing. Young Master Jin Xiu was burning with anger. He released his terrifying aura and activated 90% of his power. That's enough. At this moment, Qin Huang stood out again. The golden dragon roared and suppressed young Master Jin Xiu's aura. He had no choice but to stop. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to put away the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and retreated. The commotion here was too great. The experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds would definitely notice. He didn't want to be recognized. Qin Huang, you want to stop me from taking revenge? Young Master Jin Xiu roared angrily. The 2 people beside him were also ready to help. Do you want to destroy the entire ancient imperial city? If he wanted to take revenge, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Stop causing trouble in the ancient imperial city. Besides, you were the one who asked Uncle Zhong to do it. Now that he's dead, it's all your fault. You actually have the face to talk about revenge. You really don't find it embarrassing. Qin Huang didn't give young Master Jin Xiu any face and spoke very directly. Embarrassing? If the one who died was your sister, wouldn't you be the same as me? Young Master Jin Xiu roared. It's precisely because of this that I didn't stop you the previous 2 times, because I think it makes sense for you to want revenge. However, you, a 5th-level divine physique echelon expert, actually couldn't kill a 1st-level divine physique echelon martial artist with 2 attacks. Don't blame me for being honest. You're really trash. Qin Huang said calmly. You're right. Ling Xiao sneered and said, a 5th-level divine physique echelon expert can easily kill a 4th-level divine physique echelon martial artist with just 10% of his strength. However, I'm only at the 1st-level divine physique echelon. You've already used 50% of your strength, but you still can't kill me. If I were you, I would have committed suicide out of shame. You actually have the face to show off. Do you really think you're strong? You're just basking in the limelight of cultivation resources. If I'm not wrong, the concentration of spiritual energy at your place is more than 10 times higher than here, right? Young Master Jin Xiu was furious. However, He had to admit that Ling Zhao's words were completely correct. As a 5th-level divine physique echelon martial artist, he had already used 50% of his strength, but he still couldn't kill a 1st-level divine physique echelon martial artist. It was indeed embarrassing. The reason why his cultivation was so strong was indeed because the concentration of spiritual energy at his place was much higher, not 10 times, but 100 times. So what? I still have full confidence that I can kill you. In front of me, you're still a laughable ant, young Master Jin Xiu said coldly. Is that true? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. You said that only because you don't understand me. Do you think I'm a weakling? Do you think I'm a lowly ant? That's why you can show off in front of me. However, do you really think you can kill me? Don't forget that I can kill your subordinates with a single move. That doesn't mean I can't kill you with a single move. The reason why I didn't kill you is because of the summit the day after tomorrow. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think too highly of yourself. Don't look down on others either. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. I believe that your elders sent you out to train because they think you're a frog in a well. You don't know how cruel the outside world is. Ling Zhao's words made everyone around him ponder. Even Qin Huang was stunned. Could it be that this person really has the strength to kill young Master Jin Xiu? If that was the case, he shouldn't have stopped him just now. Young Master Jin Xiu would die 100 times over. However, he couldn't make a move. Since you said so, let's fight again after the summit. How about it? Of course, young Master Jin Xiu couldn't take this lying down. He wanted to prove that he wasn't a frog in a well. He wanted to prove that he was strong. All right, you can decide the location and time. Just don't die before then. Ling Xiao sneered before he suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared. What a powerful movement technique. Qin Huang and young Master Jin Xiu were shocked once again. They had thought that it was impossible for such a powerful movement technique to exist in the 4 regions and 9 realms. However, the truth seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Ling Xiao didn't leave. Instead, he entered the depths of the abandoned house. However, he had been in his shadow warrior form all this time and had restrained all his aura so no one could detect him. There were indeed treasures under the abandoned house, but they were also sealed by an array formation. This array formation was extremely complicated. Given Ling Zhao's level, he could definitely break it, but it would take him at least 7 days. He simply didn't have that much time. However, if it was a Yuan Venerate, he might be able to solve it in an hour. Therefore, he still had to wait. He would come here to retrieve the treasures after the Yuan Venerate finished setting up the killing array. Who is it? When Ling Xiao walked out of the abandoned house, he suddenly sensed that someone was following him. He was shocked. He was in his shadow warrior form, yet he had still been detected. This was too ridiculous. Don't panic, it's me. A familiar voice was heard. Ling Xiao froze for a moment. Di-sun, what are you doing here? He couldn't help but be stunned when he saw what was behind him. It wasn't a person, but a demonic beast. It was a ferocious tiger. Ha ha! Not bad, little fellow. You actually managed to detect me. Huang Jindi's voice came out of the tiger's mouth. He was really not used to hearing it. I'm naturally here for the summit. End of chapter. Chapter 4753. Overlord, how did you end up like this? Ling Xiao curiously looked at the tiger in front of him and felt that this tiger indeed had Huang Jindi's aura. But it wasn't as strong as when he was in the Great Emperor Palace. I can't leave the Great Emperor Palace for some reason, so this is only about 1/10 of my strength and 1/10 of my divine soul power. Huang Jindi smiled bitterly. If I could come out, I wouldn't have let Huang Jinding mess around like that. I see. He had always been curious. Huang Jinding had clearly done something that violated the laws of Golden City, but Huang Jindi didn't mention it. Now it seemed that Huang Jindi was helpless. Overlord, are you here to destroy the summit? Ling Xiao asked. Others have joined forces to destroy my Golden City. As an overlord, how can I not take action? But I need your help with this matter. From today onwards, I will temporarily follow you. You are the next Huang Jindi. Nothing must happen to you, Huang Jindi explained. Speaking of which, this matter was caused by me. Or rather, I implicated Golden City. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Huang Jindi was so protective of him that he felt a little embarrassed. That's not right. Your appearance is not a disaster for my Golden City. On the contrary, you are the hope of my Golden City. Although the process may be a little difficult, but everything will be fine once it is over. Huang Jindi smiled. Since you said so, I won't be pretentious, Ling Xiao said, but I'm afraid that Lotus Flower's shadow is behind this matter. Lotus Flower's move is brilliant. No matter who wins or loses, it's inevitable that we will kill each other in the end. In the end, he will be the fisherman who benefits. Since you can see through it, then we must destroy his conspiracy, Huang Jindi said. That's true, but destroying Lotus Flower's conspiracy is more difficult than destroying the 9 major forces and 6 major clans. How many people will listen to me? What's more, I'm just guessing. I don't even have evidence. Ling Xiao shook his head. Of course, it's impossible to make everyone believe you, but there must be some people in the 9 major forces and 6 major clans who are willing to believe you. It's enough to unite these people. Those idiots who refuse to realize their mistakes are dead. With me by your side, you can be at ease and do whatever you want to do. Huang Jindi smiled. That's true. We should unite all the forces that can be united. We can't kill them all just because of temporary hostility. Ling Xiao nodded and had an idea in his mind. Huang Jindi's bodies. Unexpectedly, he heard something that raised his spirits. Have you heard? Last night, the base of the 9 underworlds demon region was destroyed. A voice rang out. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and glanced at the tiger beside him. The tiger revealed a faint smile. Sure enough, it was done by the ancestor. So powerful. The Nether Demon Master of the 9 underworlds brought many experts here to hold a summit in an attempt to destroy the Golden City. But unexpectedly, the D-Zune destroyed his nest first. How ruthless! The news has been spreading since early this morning. Now it's spread all over the ancient imperial city. The Golden Firmament is indeed an old force. It's still as powerful as it was in the past. Even though it has declined, it's still so domineering and fierce. First, it destroyed the deep-sea dragon realm. Now, it's attacking the 9 underworlds. I wonder who's going to be the next unlucky one. In the past few hundred years, the 4 regions and 9 worlds have been very peaceful. Although there are some conflicts between them, there has never been a case of anyone being destroyed. I didn't expect that 2 major forces would be destroyed in just a month, and they were all done by the Golden Firmament. It's said that except for some people who turned to the Golden Firmament, the rest were all killed. The 9 underworlds demon realm has fallen this time. Although the higher-ups are fine, it's very difficult for them to develop to their current scale. Can you blame them? The 9 underworlds demon realm joined forces with the other 8 major forces to encircle and annihilate the Golden Firmament. They're not stupid. They definitely have to make the first move. It's impossible for them to sit and wait for you to kill them. Such a topic was already everywhere in the ancient imperial city. In one night, the 9 underworlds demon realm, who declared that they would destroy the Golden Firmament, had their nest destroyed. This was really shocking. At this time, The 9 underworlds demon realm and other forces were still preparing to hold a summit in the damp land to think of a way to deal with the golden firmament. Did they not think that the golden firmament would sit and wait for death under such circumstances? Our 9 underworlds demon realm hasn't been destroyed yet. The golden firmament will definitely pay a heavy price for this. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look. This person was wearing the black uniform of the 9 underworlds demon realm, which made many people shut their mouths. Because this person was very strong. As a higher-up of the 9 underworlds demon realm, he came here for a meeting and escaped a disaster. But it was still extremely unpleasant to be discussed about the destruction of their nest. Ling Xiao secretly smiled. Even if the 9 underworlds demon realm can take revenge, I'm afraid you won't be able to see it. Since the Golden Emperor had already appeared here, it was impossible not to completely eradicate the 9 underworlds demon realm. How could the dignified Golden Firmament, the oldest force in the 4 regions and 9 realms, let these childish forces bully them and not retaliate? The impact of this news was still very big. Almost half of the experts of the Thunder Astral Realm, Tempest Astral Realm, Raging Flame Astral Realm, and other forces left the damp land and returned to their respective forces. They were afraid that the Golden Firmament's revenge was not over yet. After destroying the nest of the 9 underworlds demon realm, they would attack their nest, so they had to go back. There were also some small forces that wanted to fish in troubled waters that withdrew from the summit one after another. In the past, they thought that the Golden Firmament was finished, but now they realized that the experts of the Golden Firmament were more terrifying than they had imagined. Even if the 9 major forces and the 6 major tribes could raise the Golden Firmament to the ground, but the experts of the Golden Firmament might not be able to kill all of them. At that time, perhaps the major forces would not be afraid, but the small forces like them would be miserable. They would definitely suffer endless revenge. Therefore, their only choice was to not get involved in this chaos. They would not choose sides randomly. Of course, there were also those who were bold enough to stay. The 9 major forces and the 6 major tribes were even more unlikely to leave. The stronger the force, the more they wanted to save face. If they were scared by the Golden Firmament and turned around to flee, it would be too embarrassing. Moreover, perhaps the Golden Firmament's purpose of destroying the nest of the 9 underworlds demon realm was to make an example of them. Everyone! Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in the sky. Ling Xiao recognized that it was the Nether Demon, Lord of the 9 underworlds demon realm. The figure spoke, his voice like thunder. All the martial artists in the damp land could hear it clearly. End of chapter. Chapter 4754. The Golden Sky region is extremely cruel. In order to eradicate this scourge as soon as possible, the summit will be brought forward to today. Please come to the ancient Imperial City Plaza to attend the summit as soon as possible. After saying that, the Nether Demon Master's figure disappeared. Ha! This old fellow can't sit still anymore. However, this is good. They are in a hurry to hold the summit, so they must not have made sufficient preparations. We can also cause trouble. Huang Jindi laughed. Ling Xiao was currently thinking about how the Yuan Venerate's killing array was going. He hoped that it would be completed as soon as possible, so that he could take the initiative. The Nether Demon Master's voice alarmed all the martialists in the damp ground. Everyone knew that someone couldn't sit still after the base of the 9 underworlds demon domain was destroyed. With every day that passed, there might be more changes. Therefore, they had to hold the summit as soon as possible to settle this matter. Let's go and take a look, Huang Jindi said. Of course we must go. We can't miss such a lively scene. Ling Xiao was very excited. This summit was definitely an opportunity for him. As long as he seized it, his cultivation would increase. Not only would there be experts from the 4 regions and 9 realms, but there would also be genius martialists from unknown lands. Just thinking about it made him excited. Brother, what a coincidence. Are you also going to attend the summit? Suddenly, 2 people came out of the crowd. They were the siblings, Qin Huang and Qin Qin. Although the 2 of them were also very arrogant, they were much stronger than young Master Jin Xiu. Therefore, Ling Xiao had a good impression of them. Why are the 2 of you looking for me? Ling Xiao had his own plans, so he didn't want to interact with too many people. However, as the saying went, one shouldn't hit a smiling person, so he couldn't reject them. My name is Qin Huang, and this is my sister, Qin Qin. We've met before. How should I address you, brother? Qin Huang asked with a smile. My surname is Ling. Ling Xiao replied. He didn't say his name, only his surname. Ling? The same Ling as Ling Xiao. Qin Huang asked in surprise. You also know Ling Xiao? Of course. We already knew this person's name when we arrived in the 4 regions and 9 realms. After all, our first target this time is him. Qin Huang smiled faintly. He only said that his target was Ling Xiao, but did not explain why he was looking for Ling Xiao. Whether they were friend or foe, it was still unclear. However, Ling Xiao's heart grew vigilant. Humph, this Ling Xiao is a martial artist from the Golden Heavens domain. This time, the Golden Heavens domain destroyed the nest of my 9 underworlds devil domain. I will definitely fight with him. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. What he said was true. Of course, brother's strength is probably even higher than that Ling Xiao's. Young Master Jin Xiu's Crimson Vortex martial soul is a very special martial soul. You were able to block 2 of his attacks. It's really rare. Qin Huang was more interested in the Ling Xiao in front of him than he was in the rumors about Ling Xiao. After all, he had witnessed with his own eyes how Ling Xiao, who was only at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon realm, had forcefully blocked the attack of young Master Jin Xiu, who had used 50% of his power. One had to know that young Master Jin Xiu was an expert at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon realm. They're just small tricks that can't be used in public. Brother Qin thinks too highly of me. The truly terrifying one is probably Brother Qin. You were actually able to suppress Yi Hantian and young Master Jin Xiu by yourself. Your strength is really extraordinary, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Brother Ling is really good with words. Qin Huang didn't refute. He smiled and said, I'm afraid Brother Ling will stand out in this summit. The 9 underworlds devil domain is facing a great calamity. If you can stand out, it will definitely boost the morale of the Subjugation Crusade Alliance. Of course. However, with my strength, I'm afraid I'm not a match for you martial artists from the Eternal Desert. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, he was actually probing. He wanted to know where these guys came from. Every one of them had extraordinary strength. However, they weren't ridiculously strong. Could they really be martial artists from the Eternal Country? Oh, Brother Ling, you actually know that we're from the Eternal Desert. Qin Huang smiled and said, actually, I'm nothing. People like me are everywhere in my place. I'm not a genius at all. The real geniuses are much stronger than me. If Brother Ling is interested, you can go and have a look. Actually, 10,000 years ago, we were a family. We can't be considered as real martial artists from the Eternal Desert. Qin Huang's words stopped abruptly at this point, making Ling Xiao's heart feel uncomfortable. The worst thing was to finish half of the sentence. However, he also guessed some things. These people shouldn't be real martial artists from the Eternal Desert. Although they came from the Eternal Desert, they definitely weren't from the Eternal Country. They were probably the descendants of the martial artists who migrated from the 4 regions and 9 realms 10,000 years ago. As the two chatted, they arrived at the ancient imperial city's big square. The square was huge and could be seen at a glance. There was a huge arena in the center. It was sunk deep into the ground. People could see it clearly from a high place. It was indeed a good place to hold a summit. When they arrived, there was already a sea of people. There were people on the ground, in the air, and on the roof. Most of them were experts, and the weakest was a martial artist of the shattered core tier. Except for a small number of people who came to watch the show. Most of them came to this summit, sincerely wanting to get a share of the loot in the process of attacking the Golden Heavens region. Although many small forces had already withdrawn, they didn't leave. They were the small number of people who came to watch the show. They were probably still hesitating, not knowing if the Crusader Alliance could really destroy the Golden Heavens region. If they could, maybe they could join the alliance. Brother Qin, you martial artists from the Eternal Desert, don't tell me you also want to destroy the Golden Heavens region? Ling Xiao asked. We're not interested in that. We're just watching the show. However, I don't know about Jin Xiao. That guy is famous for looting a burning house. Qin Huang answered. Then the commander of the Crusader Alliance is probably young Master Jin Xiao, right? After all, even our Devil Master is respectful to him. I guess the Thunder Star Master and Raging Flame Star Master are the same? Ling Xiao beat around the bush. In fact, he wanted to know who the leader of the Crusader Alliance was. In this way, he could catch the leader first. Killing the leader would definitely be a big blow to the Crusader Alliance. I don't know, but young Master Jin Xiao is not the kind of person who can be a commander. We'll know who the commander is today. In fact, I want to know too, Qin Huang said with a smile. Hearing his words, Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. So he stopped talking and focused on this so-called summit. The main force of this summit was naturally the 9 major forces and the 6 major tribes. If other small and medium-sized forces were included, there would be about 100 of them. The total number of people was also more than 1 million. The whole square of the ancient imperial city was almost covered by the light. Fortunately, this place was big enough. Otherwise, they couldn't stay here any longer. Ling Xiao didn't expect that there would be so many people who wanted to take advantage of him. If you were unlucky, everyone would want to take advantage of you. Chapter 4755. The 15 people in the most dazzling positions were the 15 organizers of this summit. They were the sovereigns of the 9 major forces and the 6 major tribes. Their strength was extremely terrifying. The weakest among them was an inferior martial artist in the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. When these 15 people stood together, their aura was extremely terrifying. It raised everyone's hopes for the crusade against the Golden Heavens this time. Half of the powerhouses in the 4 regions and 9 worlds are here. Qin Huang also smiled and said, Actually, you guys are not bad, although not as good as us. At this moment, the Nether Demon Master spoke first. Here, on behalf of the 15 organizers, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone. For everyone to be able to come here and work together to eradicate the Golden Heavens. This is the blessing of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. All right, let's cut to the chase. I'll get straight to the point. Not long ago, the Golden Heavens destroyed the Deep Sea Dragon region. Perhaps many people think that it was just an accident, but just last night, our nest in the Abyss Demon region was destroyed. This shows the ambition of the Golden Heavens. These people are actually willing to do such despicable things for the sake of their final struggle. Almost half of the martial artists in the Abyss Demon region were cruelly killed. If this is not enough, think about the world of dead souls. In the world of dead souls, Ling Zhao's strength was mediocre, but he was able to come out alive. Moreover, his strength seemed to have increased greatly. Before coming out, he even wantonly killed the martial artists of other forces. We have reason to suspect that this kid has already colluded with the dead Spirit Emperor, and he has the dead Spirit Emperor's treasure. In the end, it was actually for the treasure. Other things were all far-fetched. No one was a fool, so they naturally understood. The last sentence of the Nether Demon Master was the most important. Don't be so hypocritical and talk nonsense. If you want someone else's treasure, just say it. Still beating around the bush. What a joke. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. It directly tore off the fig leaf of the Nether Demon Master and the others. Since the Nether Demon Master said this, it meant that he had the permission of the other 14 sovereigns. This voice was simply saying that the 15 sovereigns were all hypocrites. However, it was uncertain where this voice came from. The voice seemed to come from the sky, but there was no one in the sky, not to mention the onlookers. Even the 15 rulers could not catch the source of the voice. It was extremely awkward. Which scoundrel dares to spout such nonsense? Get out here. Thunder Starlord roared. This person was like a thunderbolt with a fiery temper. In addition, he had lost a lot of warriors in the Thunder Astral Boundary in the past few days, so he was a little angry. Since you think you're cats, then find me, the rat. If you can't find me, then you're trash. The voice continued to think without restraint. This caused the faces of the 15 rulers to turn ghastly. There was nothing more awkward than hearing someone shouting, but not being able to find out who it was. Most importantly, the other party's words were completely out to mess things up. Trash indeed. The voice continued. You guys are plotting to destroy the Golden Sky region. How dare you call him despicable? Can you be a little more shameless? Could it be that the martial artists of the Golden City were all hiding in their beds and waiting for them to kill them? Wasn't that despicable? If the lair of the Netherworld Demon region was destroyed, it only means that you're stupid enough. It doesn't mean anything else. The voice in the sky continued to fall. It was so clear and loud. However, the 15 rulers couldn't find him. They were extremely depressed. Bastard, who are you? Are you a martial artist of the Golden Sky region? Nether Demon Lord was already roaring. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you guys are too slow. Just say what you want to do. You're obviously a bunch of pests, but you still want to portray yourselves as white lotuses. How ridiculous. The voice in the sky was still loud, as if he was not afraid of these rulers at all, at least from the fact that he could hide his location. This person's strength was stronger than any of the 15 rulers. Ling Xiao smiled. He glanced at the tiger beside him. Only he knew that this voice was made by Huang Jindi, but he used a special method. Huang Jindi was really terrifying. 1/10 of his strength was already stronger than the 15 rulers. If he came out, how would these bastards dare to clamor? Looking at the expressions of the 15 people on the stage, he found it funny. The Crusaders' summit hadn't even started yet, but they were already so embarrassed. The key was that they didn't even know who was causing trouble. They were so depressed. Forget it. I'm not going to play with you anymore. But let's not talk about those disgusting words. Let's get to the point. The voice sounded again, deliberately angering the 15 rulers. There was nothing they could do about it. Nether Demon Lord snorted coldly. Since he couldn't find him, he wouldn't look for him. Anyway, this kind of person only dared to talk behind his back. He cleared his throat and continued. Everyone, I've said what I need to say. The Golden Sky region is unforgivable. They have become the biggest scourge of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They even colluded with the dead Spirit Emperor. If they continue to exist, it will be the misfortune of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, and our misfortune. Therefore, we have to crusade against the Golden Sky region. Today's summit is to choose a qualified commander. That's right. Choose a commander and lead everyone to flatten the Golden Sky region. Thunderstar Master also said loudly. Everyone nodded in agreement. The 15 rulers were all qualified to be the commander. Obviously, no one would be convinced by the other. Therefore, it was really a problem who would become Ling Xiao. How will the commander be chosen? Someone asked. Before answering this question, I would like to remind all of you that there is one thing. Today's summit is to crusade against the Golden Sky region. Those who sympathize with the Golden Sky region, like that rat just now, can leave now. We won't stop you, but those who stay will agree to become a member of the Crusader Alliance. In the future, if anyone dares to betray us, the Crusader Alliance will punish them severely. Not only will you die, but your families and forces will also be destroyed. Nether Demon Lord said coldly. Thunder Star Master sneered and said, if you understand, those who don't want to stay can get lost. The Crusader Alliance doesn't need cowards, and we don't need people who are half-hearted. As soon as these words were spoken, those small and medium-sized forces who originally wanted to stay and watch the show immediately hesitated. After thinking over and over again, they decided to stay, because they were only a small part. If they left now, they would definitely become a thorn in the side of the Crusader Alliance. Perhaps, after the other party destroyed the Golden Sky region, they would be destroyed next. Because of fear, they stayed. Ling Xiao looked at this scene indifferently. He had to admit that these rulers were very skillful. Their forceful approach. Many people who were originally hesitant turned to support them. They were indeed powerful. End of chapter. Chapter 47:56. The 15 sovereigns smiled with satisfaction. There were more than 100 forces present. There were more than 1,000,000 of them. This was not all, because the forces that came here had left behind even more cultivators in their respective areas of influence. This would be an extremely powerful and terrifying force. No matter how powerful the Golden City was, could it not be destroyed? Good, since all of you are ready to work together to destroy the Golden Heavens. Now, let's talk about the Commander-in-Chief. The Nether Demon Lord nodded with satisfaction, and then said, let's welcome young Master Jin Xiu. It seemed that the 15 sovereigns all knew young Master Jin Xiu. Qin Huang said that young Master Jin Xiu liked to meddle in other people's business. It seemed to be true. This guy actually wanted to be the Commander-in-Chief of the Subjugation Alliance. He was really not afraid of attracting the wind. Who was young Master Jin Xiu? Many people were very confused. Wasn't the Commander-in-Chief selected from the 15 sovereigns? Why did they have to find someone else? Brother Ling, with your strength, you shouldn't lose to young Master Jin Xiu. They want young Master Jin Xiu to be the Commander-in-Chief. Don't you want to try? Qin Huang looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Of course. Ling Xiao smiled. He was here to make trouble today. Imagine if he, a disciple of the Golden Heavens, became the Commander-in-Chief of the Subjugation Alliance. Then, the Subjugation Alliance would be completely disgraced. And during this process, he could also take the opportunity to openly eliminate some experts. No one would find trouble with him. Not only did he have the body of 3 venerables and the reverse god sword, but he also had 1/10 of the Golden Emperor's power protecting him. Today, he was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one battle. Young Master Jin Xiu and his 2 subordinates went up to the high platform together. Their innate temperament made them stand out from the crowd. Many people were not convinced at first, but after seeing these 3 people, they were convinced. Just their temperament alone showed that they were not ordinary people. Moreover, They were jointly appointed by the 15 sovereigns. These 3 people could not be weak. I think you all have noticed that these 3 people are different. Yes, they are from the legendary Heaven's Wall City. Heaven's Wall City, also known as the City of the Brave, City of Heroes, City of Victory, and so on. 10,000 years ago, a group of experts from the 4 regions and 9 worlds entered the eternal desert, bravely advancing towards an unknown goal, exploring the secrets of the eternal desert. Even though they had sacrificed a lot and lost a lot along the way, they still had a lot to lose. However, they bravely built a city near the Kingdom of Eternity. It was Heaven's Wall City. In the following 10,000 years, many experts disappeared mysteriously after entering the eternal desert. Actually, most of them stayed in Heaven's Wall City to cultivate. That's the closest place we have to God. It was also a holy land for cultivation. And these 3 are the geniuses from Heaven's Wall City. The Thunder Star-Lord said in a clear voice. After everyone heard this, they were all extremely excited. Although he had read about Heaven's Wall City in books, he had also heard about it from others. However, many people thought that it was just a rumor and never took it to be true. Yet today, there were actually ancient martial art practitioners from Heaven's Wall City who came to the 4 regions and 9 realms. No wonder he was so powerful. What are they here for? A voice came from the crowd. Our goal is naturally to deal with the Death Spirit Emperor. After all, the 4 regions and 9 worlds were Heaven's Wall City's hometown. It was also the place where Heaven's Wall City sent a steady stream of martial artists. If the 4 regions and 9 worlds were destroyed by the Death Spirit Emperor, it would not benefit them at all. Since the Golden Sky region colluded with the Death Spirit Emperor, young Master Jin Xiu naturally led us to destroy them. Previously, he had only suspected that the Golden Sky region colluded with the Death Spirit Emperor, but now he had confirmed it. The Thunder Star-Lord's words were really unreliable. Young Master Jin Xiu came from the splendid villa of Heaven's Wall City. That's a major force in Heaven's Wall City. With him leading us, our reason will be even more convincing. Moreover, young Master Jin Xiu said that if there is a suitable person, he can recommend him to cultivate in Heaven's Wall City. The spiritual energy there is 100 times more abundant than here. The cultivation speed is also 100 times faster than here. The Thunder Star-Lord struck while the iron was hot and said, the reason why they recommended young Master Jin Xiu was actually because none of the 15 emperors were convinced by each other. However, young Master Jin Xiu was different. The 15 emperors were very convinced by this young expert from Heaven's Wall City. Perhaps even they wanted to cultivate in Heaven's Wall City, although they had power in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, this wasn't something that martial artists pursued. What a martial artist pursued in his life was strength. As long as he was strong enough, he naturally wouldn't lack power. Everyone might be doubtful about young Master Jin Xiu's strength. This is simple. Any martial artist at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon or above can come up and challenge young Master Jin Xiu. Don't worry, young Master Jin Xiu will be merciful. You don't have to be afraid. I just want to show him how strong he is. After bragging about his background, it was naturally time to show young Master Jin Xiu's strength. After all, just having a background wasn't enough. Strength was also a must. 3rd level of the divine physique echelon or above. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of strength did young Master Jin Xiu have? He actually requested that only martial artists at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon or above were qualified to challenge him. Were the emperors so confident in this young master's strength? After hearing these words, many people were actually not convinced. After all, Heaven's Wall City was a little illusory. Perhaps it was just made up by the 15 emperors. They really didn't believe that these 3 youths who didn't look older than 40 years old were real. How strong was he? Of course, there was another group of people who believed that heaven's wall city existed. However, they also wanted to exchange blows with young Master Jin Xiu. If they defeated young Master Jin Xiu, wouldn't it mean that they were qualified to enter heaven's wall city? Just thinking about it made them excited. Whoosh! A figure flew into the arena and cupped his fists. He cupped his hands towards young Master Jin Xiu and said, "Please enlighten me." "You're not qualified to exchange blows with me. Ingshur-san, go ahead." Young Master Jin Xiu glanced at the black-clothed youth beside him and said, "Remember, don't kill him." "Yes." Ingshur-san nodded. In a flash, he was already in the arena. "Looking down on me?" The martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon was annoyed that young Master Jin Xiu wasn't willing to fight him personally. It was obvious that young Master Jin Xiu didn't take him seriously. This made him feel a little annoyed. Fine. I'll defeat your subordinate first. Let's see if you're willing to fight. Make your move." At this moment, Ingshur-sen glanced at the martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon and said, this made him even angrier. It was fine that young Master Jin Xiu looked down on him, but how dare a lowly slave like you look down on him? You're going too far. Then I'll offend you. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Although he had said that he would stop at a certain point and not kill anyone, he could still teach the other party a lesson. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't know how strong he was. End of chapter. Chapter 4757. Take this. The 3rd level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist charged toward Ingshur-san. He seemed to have turned into a gust of raging wind. A wind elemental demonic wolf beast soul appeared behind his back. It was not an impressive martial soul. However, it was very powerful if used well. The demonic wind wolf martial soul could not only allow him to control the wind element, but it could also increase his speed. It also had the characteristics of a beast soul that could strengthen his body. It could be said that it was pretty good. Ingshur-san is just a servant of young Master Jin Xiu. How can he be so arrogant? I wonder what cultivation level he is at. Many people felt that Ingshur-san had underestimated young Master Jin Xiu. Therefore, they wanted to see him make a fool of himself. However, the raging wind stopped abruptly. A sword stopped at the throat of the 3rd level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist. It was an inch away from piercing his throat. The 3rd level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist was drenched in cold sweat. If Ingshur-san did not hold back, he would definitely die this time. It was too fast. He didn't even see how the sword had pierced over. Not only was it fast, but it was also very powerful. It actually shattered his attack. Get lost. You are not my match. Ingshur-sen said coldly as he withdrew his sword. The martial artist fell on the arena with a plop. He was really frightened. At that moment, he even had the urge to scream hysterically. After Ingshur-san withdrew his sword, he collapsed because he had escaped death. What a powerful sword technique. Most people did not see Ingshur-san's sword technique. The short sword was shorter than ordinary swords. However, it was sharper than ordinary swords. Moreover, it was obviously more suitable for Ingshur-san to use. Because they did not see how Ingshur-san used his sword, they thought that Ingshur-san's sword technique was extremely brilliant. In Ling Zhao's opinion, Ingshur-san was only playing a small trick. The sword techniques were all left over from him. There was nothing to worry about. In terms of sword techniques, Ingshur-san was definitely not his match. Ingshur-san stood proudly in the arena and looked at the martial artists below coldly. A group of monkeys from the 4 regions and 9 worlds actually wanted to fight with his master. How ridiculous! However, he had never thought that his ancestors were also this group of monkeys. Young Master Jin Xiu was even more complacent. What should we do? You can't even defeat my subordinates. How can you talk about fighting with me? The 15 rulers were also very satisfied when they saw this. What they wanted was this kind of shocking effect. This way, this group of people would firmly believe that they were in contact with Heaven's Wall City. That way, they would naturally obey their orders. No matter how strong Huang Jindi was, could he be stronger than the senior experts of Heaven's Wall City? It's best if you send a few stronger ones. Just like what young Master Jin Xiu said, if you can't even defeat the 13 Shadow Brothers, then you don't have the qualifications to fight with him. The Nether Demon Master said in a clear voice, "Brother Ling, aren't you going to try?" Qin Huang seemed to have been urging Ling Xiao to fight for the position of commander-in-chief. Although Ling Xiao also had this intention, now was not the time to make a move. Brother Qin can also go. With Brother Qin's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to crush young Master Jin Xiu, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile, "I'm not interested in the position of commander-in-chief. Moreover, Jin Xiu Villa has a close relationship with my family. It's not good to not give him face." Qin Huang shook his head. Why doesn't Yi Hantian go? He wanted to fight with young Master Jin Xiu before. Ling Xiao asked again. Yi Hantian won't fight. Although he's a battle maniac, he knows what's important and what's not. If young Master Jin Xiu becomes the commander-in-chief, it's actually good for us. Qin Huang explained. For the treasures on me? Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. If young Master Jin Xiu became the commander-in-chief, he would naturally have the advantage of being in a favorable position. However, he didn't say this out loud. Now, he still had to pretend to be a disciple of the underworld demon realm. Let me test the skills of the 13 Shadow Brothers. At this moment, a person jumped into the arena. His whole body was covered in lightning. Obviously, he was a martial artist from the Thunder Astral Realm. Cultivation base, 4th level divine. Physique echelon. This cultivation base was the same as in 13th's. A 4th level divine physique echelon cultivator is a king-level expert in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If he still can't defeat Ing 13, it'll be a little embarrassing. Many people felt a little uneasy. After all, they were all martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They didn't want to embarrass themselves. Make your move. Ing Shursan still faintly said 3 words. Be careful. The 4th level divine physique echelon martial artist suddenly threw a punch at Ing 13. Violent lightning flashed, and the speed was even more terrifying. The fist was like the fist of the thunder god, shining with dazzling lightning. Ing 13 still stabbed with his sword at an extremely fast speed. The sword gleam seemed to be faster than the lightning. It's useless. The 4th level divine physique echelon martial artist seemed to be prepared. His whole body was covered in an armor made of lightning. Ing 13's sword couldn't pierce through his body. A swordsman has no advantage in front of me. The 4th level divine physique echelon martial artist sneered. His fist had already landed on Ing 13's body. Damn it, it's actually an afterimage. The punch landed on empty air. It seemed like no one could gain the upper hand in the first exchange of blows. You said that a swordsman has no advantage in front of you. Ing 13's lips curled into a cold smile. The martial soul appeared behind him. His martial soul was actually a spider. When everyone was puzzled as to why a martial artist with a spider martial soul would choose to cultivate a sword technique, then a strange scene appeared. The sword in Ing 13's hand actually scattered and turned into streaks of sharp sword energy. The sword energy was still in Ing 13's hand. He could control it at will like a spider's web. At that moment, the fourth-level divine physique echelon martial artist felt an extreme danger. However, he was unwilling to surrender. It was this moment of hesitation. Several streaks of sword energy pierced through his body. It was so painful that he let out a hysterical scream. "I admit defeat! I admit defeat!" He yelled. "I didn't plan to kill you. If I wanted to kill you, you would have been minced meat by now." Ing 13 withdrew his sword and looked at the man coldly. "Get lost. You don't deserve to exchange blows with my young master." This scene made many martial artists below the ring, who were eager to give it a try, suddenly lose their courage. Many fourth-level divine physique echelon martial artists restrained their battle intent. They knew that it was impossible for them to win. Ing 13 was too powerful. Even if they were lucky enough to defeat Ing 13, there was still a stronger young master Jin Xiu. That was no joke. As expected of an expert from Heaven's Wall City. He's really powerful. Even a subordinate is so terrifying. Young Master Jin Xiu must be even stronger. I'm afraid only fifth-level divine physique echelon martial artists are qualified to defeat them. It seems like young Master Jin Xiu will be the commander this time. Basically, no one dared to exchange blows with Ing 13. This was because only the Eternal Palace, Golden City, Beast Imperial Palace, and Raging Flame Astral Zone had more fifth-level divine physique echelon martial artists. The rest of the forces had at most 2 fifth-level divine physique echelons. End of chapter. Chapter 4758. After the incident in 9 underworlds, half of the fifth-level divine physique echelon martial artists went back to guard the gate. Therefore, as long as the fourth-level divine physique echelon martial artists couldn't defeat Ing 13, young Master Jin Xiu would definitely be the commander of the Subjugation Alliance. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? The Thunder Star Master looked around and asked loudly, "As long as you can defeat young Master Jin Xiu, the position of commander will be yours." Of course, he was just saying. Whether he could become the commander or not depended on the 15 sovereigns. No one said a word. The Thunder Star Master nodded in satisfaction and exchanged glances with the other 14 people. He then announced, "In that case, I declare young Master Jin Xiu to be the commander of the Subjugation Alliance. As the genius of Heaven's Wall City, he will definitely bring new opportunities to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Everything will start from the destruction of the Golden Heavens." Hold on. Just as the Thunder Star Master finished speaking, a figure appeared in the arena. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The Nether Devil Master shouted when he saw that it was a disciple of 9 underworlds. "Devil Master, you're really forgetful. You don't recognize me. Well, I'm just a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. I'm not worthy of your attention. However, I'm really disappointed that you believe such a liar so easily. If you don't want to be the commander, then let me be." The one who appeared in the arena was naturally Ling Xiao. He was still maintaining the appearance of a disciple of 9 underworlds. He had investigated this person. He kept a low profile in 9 underworlds and almost didn't have much of a presence. It was impossible for others to be familiar with him. Nonsense. Get out of the arena. The Nether Devil Master's face turned ugly. "Devil Master, you're wrong. I'm afraid everyone here knows that Heaven's Wall City is just a legend. Young Master Jin Xiu said that he came from there. However, there's no evidence. Even if he did come from Heaven's Wall City, what does it have to do with the 4 regions and 9 worlds? After so many years, has Heaven's Wall City ever given us any help? Why should we let these people be our commander?" Ling Zhao's voice grew louder and louder. "So what if you're not convinced? You're not as strong as young Master Jin Xiu, so young Master Jin Xiu is qualified to be the commander-in-chief. Besides, this is something that the 15 of us have tacitly agreed to. The Nether Demon Lord said coldly. Acquiesce. You're just afraid of the power behind him. But what if I also came from Heaven's Wall City? What if I'm stronger than him? Does that mean I can become the commander? At the end of the day, young Master Jin Xiu had only allowed his subordinates to defeat 2 warriors. I'm more willing to believe that this is all a show. Ling Zhao's words were neither servile nor overbearing. What's more, his words touched the hearts of the people around him. Therefore, the faces of the 15 rulers became a little unsightly. Young Master Jin Xiu had promised them that he would give each of them an 8 dragon inscriptions monarch weapon if they completed the mission. In the 4 regions and 9 worlds, monarch weapons with 8 dragon inscriptions were extremely rare. As for monarch weapons with 9 dragon inscriptions, apart from the Eternal Emperor region, Savage Beast region, and Golden Sky region, no other forces had them. It was even rarer. Although there weren't many monarch weapons with 8 dragon inscriptions in Heaven's Wall City, it was definitely more than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. There were hundreds of them. It was definitely worth it to give 15 monarch weapons in exchange for a monarch weapon with 10 dragon inscriptions. Therefore, young Master Jin Xiu was willing to make the exchange. The 15 rulers were also willing to accept the exchange. Presumptuous. The Nether Demon Lord was instantly enraged. There was actually a disciple of the 9 underworlds who refused to listen to him. How could this be? Rulers, there's no need to be so angry. Since this brat isn't convinced, it's simple. According to the rules, if he can really defeat me, I don't mind giving up my position as the commander. Young Master Jin Xiu looked at Ling Xiao with a strong sense of anger. Ling Xiao had killed his Uncle Zhong in the abandoned house. At that time, Qin Huang had stopped him, and he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. He didn't expect this brat to take the initiative to jump out. How could he give up such a good opportunity? But according to the rules, he doesn't have the right to participate in the challenge. The Thunderstar Master didn't want to complicate matters. This is simple. If he can defeat any martial artist of the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon, then he can participate in the challenge. Qin Huang said in a clear voice. Qin Huang had always wanted to see Ling Xiao fight because Ling Xiao was the only martial artist he couldn't see through. As for the other martial artists, they were either strong or weak. He could always see some clues. However, Ling Xiao was different. This brat was too mysterious. All right, the Thunderstar Master was helpless. Since Qin Huang had spoken, he had to listen. Although Qin Huang didn't participate in the battle for the commander, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend him. The 15 rulers present couldn't afford to offend him. Which one of you is willing to fight with this person? Since he violated the rules, you can use your full strength to kill him. The Thunderstar Master said in a clear voice, leave it to me. Since he dares to be disrespectful to the Demon Lord, I'll send him to hell. The person who came up was a martial artist of the 9 underworlds, 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. He was obviously a supporter of the Nether Demon Lord. Naturally, he couldn't let Ling Xiao behave atrociously here. Brat, no matter what the Demon Lord does, it's right. You shouldn't disobey. Since you disobeyed, you have to die. If you die, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being incompetent. As soon as this person came up, he revealed a dense, murderous intent. Ling Xiao smiled. He was still thinking about how he could kill the other party without being held accountable. Now, it was all good. The other party was the one who suggested that he could kill. Then, he just had to follow the other party's rules. Kill. That person suddenly jumped up and pounced on Ling Xiao. He didn't move in a straight line. Instead, he approached Ling Xiao with an extremely ghostly movement technique. It could be said to be a weakened version of the holy ground demonic shadow. Of course, even if it was a weakened version, it was still extremely powerful in the eyes of others. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. He was currently using the sovereign physique. He could easily kill this person without the beast soul transformation. Go to hell. When that person arrived in front of Ling Xiao, a machete suddenly stabbed out from a strange angle. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. However, in the next moment, this machete was caught by a hand that glowed with golden light. A look of terror appeared on the warrior's face. He desperately wanted to stab it in, but it didn't budge. You want me to die? Then I'll just kill you too. Ling Xiao sneered, snatched the machete from the other party, and stabbed out. The machete stabbed into the other party's head. That person struggled for a while, and then he stopped breathing. Ling Xiao casually tossed him aside. He didn't want to expose his identity now, so he wouldn't use many of the treasures that were related to his identity. A first-level divine body, realm martial artist, instantly killed a third-level divine body, realm martial artist. It shocked everyone. This was even more amazing than Shadow 13. End of chapter. Chapter 47:59. After throwing the corpse aside, Ling Xiao looked at the 15 sovereigns and smiled faintly. What do you think? Am I qualified to challenge young Master Jin Xiao now? The 15 sovereigns didn't look too good. The Nether Demon Master's expression was especially ugly. A disciple of the 9 underworlds that he didn't know actually killed an expert from the 9 underworlds. He didn't take his words seriously at all. You're indeed very powerful, but you're just a disciple of the 9 underworlds. How can you be compared to young Master Jin Xiao? Young Master Jin Xiao is the genius of the Heaven's Wall City. He's Ling Xiao. What do you have? Other than having some strength, what else do you have? The Thunder Star Master's expression was extremely gloomy. Originally, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao with the help of a third-level divine physique echelon martial artist. However, the current situation was slightly awkward. Ha! A genius of the Heaven's Wall City? Who knows where this rat came from? Even if what you said is true, he's just a genius of the Heaven's Wall City. As for me, I'm a disciple of the 9 underworlds, a genius of the 4 regions, and 9 worlds. If we're talking about qualifications, I'm more qualified than him to be the commander. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, since you don't want me to be the commander, do you have some secret deal with young Master Jin Xiao? Shut up. At this moment, the Nether Demonic Lord suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura and released it towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was about to use the path of fusion. After all, facing 15 sovereigns, his sovereign physique alone wasn't enough. However, at this moment, the tiger possessed by the Golden Emperor let out a roar. The terrifying roar was like thunder. It actually shattered the Nether Demon Master's aura attack. Not only that, but the terrifying roar was really like a violent thunder that continued to blast toward the Nether Demon Master. It actually wanted to attack the Nether Demon Master. Is he trying to rebel? Where did that guy find such a powerful battle pet? Many people were shocked. Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't very high, but he could instantly kill a third-level divine physique echelon martial artist. They didn't expect his tiger battle pet to be even more terrifying. It didn't even care about the Nether Demon Master. The Nether Demon Master was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. Brat, do you want to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? Fine, I'll kill you today so that you won't cause trouble here. Amidst his roar, the Nether Demon Lord launched another attack. He struck out with his palm, intending to disperse the lightning. Roar! The ferocious tiger roared again. Before the lightning was dispersed, its body turned into an afterimage and pounced out. His speed was simply astonishing. Crack! The ferocious tiger's afterimage tore apart the nether demon lord's palm energy with a single slap. Then, he continued forward like a streak of golden light. He was so fast that no one could catch up with his eyes. What a terrifying attack! At this moment, even the other 14 sovereigns were dumbfounded, let alone the netherworld demonic lord who bore the brunt of the attack. No wonder this disciple of the underworld demon realm was so arrogant and dared to face 15 sovereigns. He had such a ferocious battle pet. He wasn't even afraid of a divine physique echelon sovereign who was at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. In fact, he even seemed to be at a huge advantage. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Huang Jindi was really too ferocious. This was only 1/10 of his power, but he could completely suppress the nether demon lord. If he were to go all out, how terrifying would that be? Damn it! The nether demon lord saw the ferocious tiger getting closer and closer. His expression was very ugly. At this moment, he couldn't retreat at all. If he had to retreat in the face of a battle pet, it would be too embarrassing. Therefore, he gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and rushed forward. I don't believe that an evil beast can be so powerful. A ferocious giant beast appeared behind him. It was actually a centipede. This centipede was incomparably huge. It was obviously his martial soul. Releasing his martial soul meant that the nether demon lord was ready to go all out. Another palm strike was launched. Hundreds of palm shadows were actually formed in the void. And those weren't afterimages at all. Every palm shadow was incomparably terrifying. This caused some of the surrounding cultivators to feel their hearts tremble. Boom! The endless palm shadows collided with the huge tiger. The tiger seemed to be advancing in a rain of bullets. The palm shadows were actually shattered one after another. In an instant, it arrived in front of the nether demon lord. It waved its claws and directly slapped the nether demon lord's head. The nether demon lord didn't have time to dodge at that moment. He didn't expect this tiger to be so terrifying. It could even easily break his ultimate move. Bang! At that moment, many people closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch this scene. The pitiful nether demon lord was actually hit by a slap from the tiger. Even if he didn't die, he would probably be seriously injured. The nether demon lord was sent flying and landed heavily in a house in the distance. The tiger wanted to pounce again, but it was stopped by the Thunder Star-Lord and Raging Flame Star-Lord. He sighed and returned to Ling Xiao's side. As expected of an emperor, a single strike from this old man is not enough to kill him. The tiger said helplessly, "Dizun, why bother? He will die sooner or later. Even if he doesn't die this time, he has already lost face. Dizun's goal is achieved." Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course, this conversation was carried out with divine telekinesis. Others couldn't hear it at all. Nether Demon Lord, you don't deserve to be the master of 9 underworlds. Not only did you almost destroy 9 underworlds, but you're also so weak that you can't even defeat one of my battle pets. I'll be the Demon Lord's successor. From today onwards, I am the Sky Tiger Demon Lord. Ling Xiao sneered. At this moment, the Nether Demon Lord had already climbed out of the ruins. His head was crooked, but he should be fine. After all, he was an emperor at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. He wouldn't die so easily. Everyone was amused when they heard this. Today was supposed to be a summit to suppress the Golden Sky region. How did it become a battlefield for the Demon Lord? However, this Sky Tiger Demon Lord's battle pet was indeed terrifying. Even the Nether Demon Lord seemed to be no match for it. It was really powerful. The Nether Demon Lord's face was extremely ugly. He was a demon lord, but he was beaten so badly by the other party's battle pet. He was really embarrassed. You're not a disciple of 9 underworlds. Who are you? He roared angrily. Hee, Nether Demon Lord, you're really interesting. You can't beat my battle pet, so you want to expel me from 9 underworlds? Unfortunately, you may not have the right to speak in 9 underworlds now. We'll talk about your matter later. Today, I want to ask something. What's going to happen to you, the Commander-in-Chief of the Crusader Alliance? Only outsiders are allowed to do it, but we can't do it ourselves. And you say there's no chrysanthemum transaction? I don't know where you found a good-for-nothing who can act and made up a story about Heaven's Wall City. Who are you trying to fool? Ling Xiao sneered. If you 9 major forces and 6 major tribes think that we're not qualified to be the commander-in-chief, then just say it. There's no need for a puppet. What's the point of that? Everyone in the world is a fool. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4760. Although the crowd felt that Ling Xiao's words made sense, they did not really care about it. The summit was led by the 15 forces, and they all agreed to let young Master Jin Xiu be the commander. The crowd naturally did not care about it. However, even though he said that, he still felt a little uncomfortable after being pointed out by Ling Xiao like that. Then what do you want? Thunderstar Master said coldly. Simple, we will follow your rules. Since you have appointed this trash as the commander, as long as someone defeats him, he can become the new commander. Of course, this is only limited to today's summit. After that, the Subjugation Alliance must obey the commander's orders. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Thunderstar Master wanted to say something, but young Master Jin Xiu suddenly spoke. Everyone, what is there to say to a dog? So what if he barks? I would like to see how he can defeat me. Shadow 13, kill him. Sovereigns, stop that war pet. So, what if we want to bully him today? How dare you look down on Heaven's Wall City and splendid villa? You will pay the price today. That's right. Thunderstar Master and the others agreed. This kid was sharp-tongued, and he was obviously unwilling to listen to them. If they did not kill him, it would be detrimental to their future plans. Since that was the case, they might as well kill him as an example to see who else would dare to make trouble at the summit. Attack! In the next moment, Nether Demon Master, Thunderstar Master, and Raging Flame Star Master pounced on the tiger at the same time. They were not fair. So what if they were strong? They did not care at all. Anyway, those who came to the summit only cooperated with them because they were afraid of their strength. It would be enough as long as they showed more combat strength. Logic was useless here. At the same time, Shadow 13 also pounced on Ling Xiao. This guy was more powerful than the middle-aged man, Uncle Zhong, whom Ling Xiao had killed previously. More importantly, this guy did not underestimate his opponent. The moment he attacked, he unleashed all his strength and released his powerful martial soul. Perhaps Uncle Zhong's death reminded him that if he underestimated the Sky Tiger Demon Master, he would really die. Overlord, do you need my help? Ling Xiao wasn't worried about himself at all, because Shadow 13 was simply not his opponent. However, he was worried about Golden Emperor. Don't worry, this old man is not afraid of 3 people. However, if there are more than 4 people, it will be a little troublesome. Huang Jindi was also telling the truth. 10% of his strength was enough to deal with 3 Emperor Stage experts at the same time. All right. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Knowing that Huang Jindi was fine, he threw himself into the battle with Shadow 13. It was still the sovereign physique. Die. Since Shadow 13 wanted to kill him, he naturally had to kill Shadow 13. Black Lotus treasure light. A demonic Buddha appeared above his head. The demon Buddha pounced on Shadow 13. This was a soul attack. It was much harder to deal with than ordinary secret techniques. Shadow 13 was pouncing on Ling Xiao when he suddenly saw this devil Buddha. He was really shocked. He didn't expect that not only was Ling Xiao's combat strength strong, but he also knew a secret soul technique. Furthermore, the power of this soul secret technique seemed to be very strong. Shadow 13 didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out a treasure to protect his soul realm from being injured. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's attack came again. They saw that Ling Xiao was holding a blood-red long sword in his hand. Ling Xiao didn't often take out the crimson blood demon sword, and there was only one dragon pattern. Therefore, others didn't care much. It wasn't a problem to use it today. The blood-red sword light of Beast God's swallowing flash instantly arrived in front of Shadow 13. Shadow 13 could defend against the soul secret technique, but he couldn't defend against the Beast God's swallowing flash. Destroy. The sword light directly penetrated Shadow 13's head. However, this Shadow 13 was really worthy of being a warrior from Heaven's Wall City. In such an extreme situation, he could still avoid his vital parts and ensure that he didn't die. Moreover, he could also stab with his sword to block Ling Xiao's attack. Unfortunately, he could dodge the first time, but he couldn't dodge the second time. Ling Xiao still decided to kill one person. He would never give him any chance. The Sun God's Blood Fiend array silently activated. He used the Earth-crossing golden light technique to avoid Shadow 13's attack. Ling Xiao controlled the array. The blood-red bloodthirsty plague had actually condensed into a gigantic blood diamond rat. It swallowed Shadow 13 in one gulp. The bloodthirsty rat plague originally took effect slowly. However, this blood rat could instantly unleash the full power of the bloodthirsty rat plague. No matter how powerful that Shadow 13 was, he couldn't avoid this attack. He was directly turned into a skeleton by the terrifying bloodthirsty rat plague. This was the first time Ling Xiao used this blood rat plague, so others couldn't see his identity. Naturally, they weren't afraid. So this is the so-called trash from Heaven's Wall City. You killed one on the street before. Now, this one is also trash. I really wonder if you're just here to make up the numbers. I really don't understand why those 15 people want trash like you to be their commander. So be it, as long as I kill you, they won't have a choice. Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. At this moment, everyone seemed to have been immobilized. Even the 3 emperors who were fighting with Huang Jindi were stunned. The strength Ling Xiao displayed was really too terrifying. In just a few seconds, he killed Shadow 13 with a few moves. One must know that Shadow 13 had defeated a 4th-level divine, physique echelon expert. With Ling Xiao's current sovereign physique, he didn't care about a 4th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Even a 5th-level divine physique echelon martial artist was no match for him. Emperors, let's end this ridiculous farce as soon as possible. Either get this young Master Jin Xiu to scram, or let me be the commander of this alliance. Ling Xiao looked at the 15 emperors and said, his words were full of sarcasm, "Today I must kill you." Young Master Jin Xiu was angry. This was too infuriating. Not only did he kill 2 of his subordinates, but he was also mocking him. How could he not be angry? "Oh, you're finally willing to take action personally?" Ling Xiao smiled. "The one who died just now was your subordinate. The next one to die will be you. You won't be arrogant for long." Young Master Jin Xiu was furious and took a step forward. It was as though he was in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. This time, he was smart and didn't use the blood-colored storm. This was because he had used it before, but it didn't work. He knew that Ling Xiao had something that could restrain the blood-colored storm. However, he had other ways to fight. Blood Shadow Mountain. Young Master Jin Xiu roared. The huge blood-colored whirlpool turned into a towering blood-colored mountain and pressed down on Ling Xiao. The terrifying pressure made Ling Xiao breathless. This is really scary. Fortunately, I used the Sun God's blood-killing array and Sky Tyrant's possession in advance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Ling Xiao sucked in a cold breath. Although he always belittled his opponents, he had never underestimated any of them. Belittling them was just to make them lose their minds. End of chapter. Chapter 47:61. Ignorant brat. I'll let you know how to spell the word death today. Young Master Jin Xiu's cold voice sounded. The blood-red vortex condensed into a towering mountain and smashed toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled. Although the opponent's attack brought him great pressure, it also made him excited. True essence roared in his body. The violent emperor's fist had been condensed. So what if it's a mountain? Break for me. He punched out. His golden fist faced the blood-red mountain without fear. Boom. The violent power exploded, and cracks appeared on the blood-colored mountain. However, it did not break. Again, seeing the blood-red mountain crack, young Master Jin Xiu was afraid that his attack could not kill Ling Xiao. He condensed a powerful divine essence again. He rushed over with his fists glowing with blood-red light. The violent fist force was much stronger than Ling Xiao's Emperor's fist. Boom! At this moment, a huge rumbling sound suddenly came from afar. Then, a bright light burst out from the ground. At that moment, everyone's true essence and divine essence seemed to be out of control. Young Master Jin Xiu hurriedly stopped his attack. Everyone looked in that direction in shock. Is that the direction of the abandoned house? Why did that treasure appear at this time? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, and his expression was a little strange. The treasure has appeared. At this moment, he clearly heard young Master Jin Xiu muttering to himself. These guys from the Heaven's Wall City came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds to seize the treasure. One of them was the reverse god sword. The other thing was in the ancient imperial city. It was the ultimate treasure of the lizard men. Whoosh! A figure flew toward the place where the light came from. It was Yi Hantian. After he left, the rest of the people seemed to suddenly wake up. That's the ultimate treasure of the lizard men. No one can get it. The sovereigns of the 6 great lizard men tribes flew away. The summit was not going to be held. After all, the benefits of destroying the Golden Sky region were not as great as the treasures of their ancestors. Then, the Qin siblings also moved. The warriors wearing the sun and moon battle robes that Ling Xiao had seen before also went. These were all martial artists from the Heaven's Wall City, which confirmed Ling Xiao's speculation. Their purpose in coming to the damp lands was indeed impure. Everyone, whoever helps me obtain this treasure, I'll give each of you a monarch weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Young Master Jin Xiu suddenly said to the sovereigns of the 9 great forces. At first, the rulers of the 9 forces did not know what had happened. However, after hearing young noble Jin Xiu's words, he knew that there were treasures even more precious than the 9 dragon-patterned monarch weapons. They hurriedly rushed out. Regardless of whether he helped young Master Jin Xiu or not, he wanted to see what this treasure was. Ling Xiao didn't stop either. Together with Huang Jindi, he rushed in the direction of the abandoned house. When they arrived at the abandoned house, they saw that the ground had cracked open. A majestic mountain range stretched out from below. The mountain range was covered in ice crystals. In that instant, the temperature of the entire ancient imperial city plummeted. Many cultivators did not have time to circulate their true essence and divine essence to resist, and were directly frozen to death. The temperature was simply too terrifying. The cold air instantly filled the entire ancient imperial city, turning it into a city of ice. The terrifying temperature was simply too low. It was much more terrifying than Ling Zhao's dragon god's frozen diagram. This isn't a mountain range, it's a dragon corpse. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. At this moment, everyone saw the terrifying mountain range that stretched for more than 1,000 meters. It was actually the corpse of a giant dragon. Although it wasn't a divine dragon, giant dragons were still part of the dragon clan and one of the overlords of the primordial era. They had never seen such a complete corpse before. At the very least, they had never seen it in the black tortoise continent. Everyone looked at the huge dragon corpse in shock. For a moment, there was complete silence. Some people were so cold that they couldn't speak. Most people were shocked. The giant dragon's corpse was frozen, so it didn't turn into bones or rot. It had maintained its original appearance. However, when it was exposed, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the ice crystals had begun to melt, although the temperature of the ice crystals affected the surrounding environment. After all, it couldn't go against nature. The temperature in a humid place was very high. After a long time, the ice crystals would melt sooner or later. What would happen after that? Would the giant dragon be resurrected, or was there another possibility? Everyone was thinking about this question. However, whether it was these ice crystals or the dragon corpse, they were all things that people dreamed of, especially those from the Heaven's Wall City. Their eyes were filled with a crazed look. The void god sword was very attractive. However, the dragon corpse was also very attractive. Go! Young Master Jin Xiu had long forgotten about Ling Xiao. In the face of such a supreme treasure, he had completely withdrawn his attention. The most important thing, now, was to get the dragon corpse. The chiefs of the 6 great tribes, the rulers of the 9 great forces, all pounced over. Because of a dragon corpse, the subjugation alliance was temporarily divided. Sure enough, treasures were tempting. I know what you're thinking. However, you'd better not think about this dragon corpse. If you help me get this dragon corpse, each of you can also get an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Otherwise, if the splendid villa is angry, none of you can afford to offend them. Don't blame me for not reminding you. At that time, you will face the danger of annihilation. All of you, including your family and friends, cannot escape death. You'd better remember what's at stake. Young Master Jin Xiu saw greed and desire in the eyes of the 9 rulers. Therefore, he warned them coldly. These words made the rulers of the 9 great forces very unhappy. Each of them was stronger than young Master Jin Xiu, but they were threatened by him. It was a terrible feeling. However, they did not dare to do anything. The consequences of angering Heaven's Wall City was not something they could bear. They could only swallow their anger. If the splendid villa really invaded the 4 regions and 9 worlds, including the Eternal Emperor region, Golden Sky region, and Savage Beast region, they would definitely be destroyed. Their strength was unimaginable. Don't worry, young master. We don't know what to do with this dragon corpse. Compared to this, we want the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns more. We also hope that young master will keep your promise. Otherwise, a rabbit will bite when it's anxious. The Nether Devil Master said coldly, "Don't worry, I will not go back on my promise. Or do you not believe that the splendid villa can take out 9 Emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns?" Young Master Jin Xiu knew that he could not go overboard. Otherwise, he would not have a good time. "Of course we believe you. Then, young master, please tell us what to do." The Thunderstar Master said hurriedly. He was the most familiar with young Master Jinxiu. He even knew young Master Jinxiu's master. He deeply understood how terrifying the splendid villa was. Therefore, he would definitely not become enemies with the splendid villa. He could not wait to curry favor with them. As long as he could curry favor with young Master Jinxiu, he would naturally be able to go to Heaven's Wall City more smoothly in the future. Mobile version update website.